Okay, so this live stream is going to be about Denzel Washington and all 10 of his characters. He has so many characters and we're going to get through all of them in this video. But before I get into it, I just want to see if you guys can hear me. Make sure you guys put a 7 in the chat if you can hear me. Make sure you guys drop a like on the stream as well. I'm sharing it right now to get more people in here. For everyone that's coming in, make sure you guys put a 7 in the chat if you can hear me. Okay, we have a lot of people. Alright, so make sure you guys drop a like on the stream. Alright, so I'm going to expose all 10 of these characters because Denzel Washington and ASAP Rocky have been doing a lot of damage control. And if you guys been sub to my channel for a long time, you guys already know I made a video about this 3 years ago. And ever since I made this video, it's been non-stop damage control, especially as of recently. I mean, these two characters got together to make an entire movie just because I exposed them 3 years ago. And we're going to get into all of the damage control. But before I get started, I just want to let you guys know that me and Divine Sade have new videos on our Patreon. I recently dropped this hour-long video exposing Jaden Smith and X. And Divine recently made this video about Charlie Chaplin and AH. I can't say his name, but you guys can see it on the screen.
It's a really good video. I recommend you guys go check that video out. This video is really what Patreon is about. It's about exposing characters that we cannot talk about on YouTube.
Yeah, on Patreon we expose characters that are more sensitive, and this is one of the most sensitive characters possible. I mean, we can't even say his name, so that should let you guys know how important this video is, you know. And this is why we have the Patreon, because there's a lot of characters that we actually can't even expose on YouTube.
And then 5 hours ago, I released another video on the Enlightenment tier. I recommend you guys go check that one out. It's a really good video.
It's called Starseed's Magic Touch. Alright, so if you guys want to join the Patreon, the link is in the description below. I'm also going to pin it in the chat right now. Okay, the pinned comment in the chat is the Patreon. When you join our Patreon, you get access to over 100 videos. You get a group chat with a lot of us where you can send all kinds of information, ask any questions that you want. You even get to message us directly. And if you join the Enlightenment tier, you get a numerology reading from Divine Sade. And if you join the Celestial tier, you get a phone call with both of us. And you get all of Divine Sade's ebooks included with that tier. Alright, so now let's get into this entire thing. A lot of you guys have been asking me to cover this because it's one of those things where as soon as all of you guys heard the news about this movie coming out, everybody ran to my page saying they're making a movie together based off your video. And what's crazy about this is I actually been exposing them more on Facebook and Instagram, if you guys follow me over there, and it got millions of views right before they even announced this movie. So they must have got really, it's like they get in a room and have a meeting and say we need to do damage control. Exactly. Because the timing of this is always strange and the way they go about it. So this video was 3 years ago, and when I made this video, I didn't have as many side-by-side comparisons, so that's why I wanted to make this updated video where I show you guys way more better side-by-side comparisons, because when Denzel Washington was younger, he looked exactly like ASAP Rocky, and he still does to this day, but his younger self is very similar to ASAP Rocky.
These two characters are identical. Look at their nose, their skin complexion. They really put this one in people's face, but it'll throw you off because of their completely opposite personalities and the area that they work in.
Yeah, because ASAP Rocky's a rapper, while Denzel Curry is an actor. And most of Denzel Curry's roles are like a family man. And we see now that they made this new character that is the opposite, but now he's starting to be a family man. So they're pursuing the same role as he gets older.
Yeah, because his character is going to end up dying off. And so this is their new format, their new variant of this character.
And it's right in our face now because ASAP Rocky is an actor. So they're really putting it right in our face. And this is what they do. Every time we expose them, they have to come out and admit in some way. So after I made the video, ASAP Rocky did an interview and he said that Denzel Washington pulled up to the set of their new movie playing Pooh Shiesty and Moneybagg Yo. He said he likes to listen to Memphis rappers.
This is complete mockery because now they're shifting the public image of Denzel's character to match his other character, which is ASAP Rocky, saying that he likes rap music. That's just a complete shift of the character to mock even more in people's face.
Exactly, because why didn't he talk about this before, years ago? Why is it now that he's been exposed for having this other character, now he comes out and says all of this? And here's some more comparisons of Denzel Washington when he was younger. And again, you can see the similar features here. They have the same head shape and the same eyes, the same nose. And the biggest mockery is that they admitted this themselves with this meme of Denzel Washington when he was younger and ASAP Rocky when he was younger. And so many people noticed that they looked alike.
This is when they look the most identical. And there's so many memes where they put Denzel's pictures throughout the years, and then they put that picture of ASAP Rocky as Denzel.
And most people don't even notice because he looks so much like him. And I find it weird how much ASAP Rocky looks the same from when he was a kid.
That's because they're artificial. I recommend you guys go check out the Patreon video on how celebrities are made. That'll explain everything to you guys. And this is why they look so identical to their kid self.
So this is the video. The link to our Patreon is in the description. A lot of you guys have been asking, how could they be the same if now they're in the same room and they're making a movie together? And this video will explain everything you need to know.
Exactly. Even though we've said it over 100 times before that they can be in the same place with their other character, because it's not the same vessel playing as the character. It's just two different vessels that have a similar inspired image. Yeah, exactly.
So when they made ASAP Rocky's character, the main inspiration was Denzel Washington. So we're going to get into their base character as well, because Denzel Washington has an immortal base character from the 1800s. So that's all the photos I wanted to show of them younger. Now let's take a look at this comparison of them older, because even now that Denzel Washington is older, he still looks exactly like ASAP Rocky. Nothing has changed. The only difference is now he has gray hair. And now we even see that he's bald, which is damage control again, because ASAP Rocky has long hair. So they purposely are trying to change his image.
They're aging him faster.
Yeah, because now that they're putting them in the same movie, they had to make him go bald to look completely different from his other character. But if you watch the movie, which I don't recommend, by the way, because it's terrible, but
stupid.
They kept showing them on opposing sides of the spectrum.
And it was representing the yin and the yang, the polar opposites, the
alter ego.
Exactly. And I have a video very early on in my YouTube career where I talk about their alter egos and why they mock this so much.
And what's funny about I'm going to make a Patreon video showing the clips of this movie where they're mocking that they're the same. You know, there's a clip where ASAP Rocky says that Denzel is like his twin. And, you know, they just mocked it so much throughout the movie. They even fought each other. And what I find funny about the movie is 99% of their scenes, they're not in the same frame. They keep showing them on two opposite sides.
Purposely done. And think about the yin and yang complex with these two characters. The movie was called Highest
to Lowest.
See? Complete opposite, right? And
duality.
Exactly. And they do this a lot when making the characters. But we also see that there was a scene within this movie where he said that he could be his father.
Yeah.
And a lot of people, when they see our content on the short apps like Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, whatever, they will comment and say, oh, that's their mother. Oh, that's their father. Oh, that, you know. But that's not. You know, I've explained this before. Conscious X has explained this. They are not. They release to you guys their public parent. And they're mocking that when they created the character, they basically create them from the same type of mom and dad pool of how regular people are created. So it's like encoded messaging of how they are designed.
Yeah, because what they're doing is mimicking the natural way of life. So naturally, a person has a mother and a father. Well, celebrities are not naturally made the way we are, as we explained in this video on Patreon. Their quote-unquote parents are their base templates.
Exactly, and their real parents that they say never look like them.
Which I'm going to get to later on in this stream, because as you can see, Denzel Washington's son looks nothing like Denzel Washington.
I didn't even know he had a son.
Yeah, he has two sons. They look nothing like him. But yet this other guy, ASAP Rocky, who's supposedly not even related to him.
A completely different person.
Looks identical. You know, it doesn't make sense for that to be his kids.
This is why they laugh at people and say things like, oh, I could be your father, you know?
It's an inside joke. It's like a metaphor for the fact that they're hinting at who the image was based off of. So you guys will understand this better when I get to the immortal base character of Denzel Washington. I'm going to go from the oldest character all the way down to their youngest character. And before I get into that, I just want to show two more photos where they're mocking that they're the same. So Denzel Washington has this photo where there's like 4 fingers doing a shadow over one eye. And we see A$AP Rocky's photo on the left. He's doing the 4 fingers and it's causing a shadow over one eye. So they're taking photos in the exact same way and they look exactly alike in these photos. and they're both black and white. So the mockery is like in plain sight with this one. And another similar photo shoot that they have is they're both looking to the side in these photos right here. And I just noticed they look so much alike right here. So they purposely take photos in a similar way to mock who their other characters are. And I just wanted to show that. So now let's get into the Gematria connections with this. And what's funny about this is they actually responded to my original video where I showed the Gematria, because if you guys remember 3 years ago in this video, I showed Gematria of ASAP Rocky, right? And at the time, ASAP Rocky only had a first and last name. You know, even right now, it still hasn't fully updated to where the default search result is still just his first and last name. That's how it was when I made that video. And I found it strange because normally celebrities have a middle name. But what they did was recently, a week ago, when they did the interview of Denzel Washington, ASAP Rocky, and Spike Lee, they asked him what his middle name was. And he said it's Athelston. And he said, I've never said this before in public, but my middle name is Athelston. So they purposely generated a middle name for this character because of that segment of my video. You know, I found it weird that he didn't have a middle name, and now all of a sudden they create a middle name for him. And they even made fun of his middle name because it sounds ridiculous.
They do this a lot. This is like a common format of a response. It
was Glorilla where they also did this.
Exactly.
When I first made a video on her, she didn't have a middle name, and then all of a sudden she comes out and says her middle name is Hallelujah.
Another one that they do is deleting their name, like their middle name, or changing the first name.
Yeah.
That has happened so many times. It's ridiculous.
Or they change the spelling of their last name. I remember they did that with Takeoff.
Yeah.
And then, ironically, they're showing Travis Scott right here. They changed his birthday in the middle of that whole Astro World situation.
And it's purposely done because then now the Gematria that was shown in the previous videos that we've done is like, it looks discredited.
Yeah, that's why they do it. I remember it was a huge deal when Divine Sade exposed Rich Homie Quan, and then she predicted his death, and then they end up changing his age.
Today's his death date.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I had seen a post that was on like Facebook or something. They were like, remember?
That's weird. I didn't even know that.
I didn't know neither, but people were posting it.
Yeah, they do this all the time. They changed his age to 33.
Mm-hmm. Or is it 34?
Oh, he died at 33 and they changed it to 34.
Purposely.
And
still
it was one of those two. Yeah, either way, when they do this, you know, it's good that we expose this beforehand because we get to show that they're actively changing things. They did it with Andrew Tate's birthday. If you guys watched my first video, he had a completely different birthday. And then right after I exposed him, they changed it. So, ASAP Rocky's real name is Rakim Mayers, which is strange because there's a rapper from New York called Rakim as well. So Rakim Mayers and Denzel Washington have the same gematria of 74 in the same cipher.
Killing equals 74.
Yeah, so one of these characters is definitely going to be a death
Denzel is
breaker.
going to die very soon. There was so much death predictive programming inside of that movie. Like, he'll be standing in front of something and he'll have death gematria, basically. It was like they're making his character look old, like purposely. Like, they're really forcing that look and that image.
And there was a scene where they were fighting and ASAP Rocky was falling down the subway.
Oh, yeah.
And he kept telling Denzel Washington to let him die. But Denzel Washington pulled him up. So
it could be either one of them.
Yeah.
But regardless, Denzel Washington's going to die because, I mean, he's old. So.
It could be Denzel because
die.
he's 74 in gematria and right now he's 70 years old.
Wow.
So they could kill him when he's 74.
or kill him when
he's 47.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's so many possibilities, but they're just both gonna die.
Yeah, they've mocked it in that movie so much. He kept repeating, "Just let me die, man." And
It didn't make any sense.
yeah, it didn't make any sense, but they had to put that scene in there to mock for when they do script this out. So, again, ASAP Rocky's first name, Rakim, matches to Denzel Washington's first name, Denzel. So, both of their first names have the same gematria of 391 in the same cipher. Now, let's get into their base character. And keep in mind, this guy is from the 1800s. He was born April 5th, 1856, to be exact. So this shows that these characters are not new. They are constantly being recycled, and you can really see the similarities in these comparisons. They have the same eyes, the same hairline, the same nose, the same mouth. Everything about these characters is the same, even their ears. And the biggest mockery of it all is they have the same last name. So Booker T. Washington and Denzel Washington. You know, they always have to mock you in some way, shape, or form. And you can even see right here in these comparisons, they have the same widow's peak in their hair. Now let's move on to the next character. So we're going in order from their oldest character to their youngest character. The oldest one is Booker T. Washington. He was born 1856. The next one is Julius Erving. He was born in 1950. So he's still older than Denzel Washington. So after they made Booker T. Washington, they made Julius Erving. And as you can see, Denzel Washington looks identical to Julius Erving right here. The only difference is Julius is older and he has glasses. But other than that, they look exactly alike. So this means when they were creating Denzel Washington, he was mainly based upon the image of Julius Erving and Booker T. Washington. And the biggest mockery of it all is Denzel Washington has a basketball movie called He Got Game, and this is him on the cover. Notice he has an afro. And guess who had an afro when they used to play basketball in the NBA? Julius Erving. He had that same afro when he was in the NBA. So they always have to mock you with their other character. And as you can see, let me pull up his birthday. So this character was born in 1950, which brings us to the next character, which is Dennis Haysbert. Most of you guys probably know him from the AllState guy that does the commercials. And the AllState guy is like heavily in people's subconscious mind if they watch too much TV, because his commercial used to be played all the time. And I noticed this is how they program people. They keep everything in repetition, and that's similar to what they do with the image of these characters. You know, in order to program people with AllState insurance, they use this character every single day in all these commercials, saying the same line over and over, to the point where they made it a meme, and then they recycle his image with Denzel Washington. So Dennis Haysbert is actually older than Denzel Washington, and it's only by 6 months. So Julius Erving was born in 1950, and then 4 years later, in 1954, they made Dennis Haysbert, and he was born June 2nd, 1954, and then Denzel Washington was born the same year, 6 months later, on December 28th, 1954. And again, here's some more death gematria. Kill equals 28 in gematria, and Denzel was born on the 28th. So this could be more scripting of his death. But yeah, Dennis Haysbert is only 6 months older than Denzel. So now we get into Denzel. He was made after Dennis Haysbert. So this means when they created Denzel's character, he was mainly based off of Dennis Haysbert, Julius Erving, and Booker T. Washington. You know, they mixed all of these images together to create this character. And this is what they do. They keep recycling the same image over and over. And now we can get into the character they made after Denzel Washington. And notice in these comparisons, ASAP Rocky and Denzel Washington have the same twitch in their left eye. It's on our right side, but it's their left eye. They have the exact same eye. And I noticed a lot of celebrities have like a lazy eye or like a twitch in their eye, and their other character will always have the same one. So now let's talk about the next character that was made, which is Chad OchoCinco. And he was made 24 years after Denzel Washington. So there's a huge gap between these two characters, which means that there's other characters they made in between that time. You know, I found so many more characters that Denzel Washington has when I was working on this, but I didn't want to put all of them in here because it would be way too many. So I'll make a separate video exposing his other characters later, but for now I just wanted to expose the most famous ones and the ones that are the most identical. And this one they've mocked so much. You know, this one has been mocked just as much as the Denzel Washington one, and we even have damage control for this one as well, because this was a big portion of my video the first time I exposed them 3 years ago. And by the way, everybody that's in the chat, make sure you guys drop a like and share. I will be answering all of you guys' questions after I present the rest of these characters. So Chad OchoCinco looks exactly like ASAP Rocky. I'm sure most of you guys have seen this comparison because they've mocked it so much. And in these two photos, they have the exact same eyes. And I find that to be very shocking every time I see this comparison. And they made a meme out of this because Chad OchoCinco is bald right now, so he has the opposite hair as ASAP Rocky, which means if you put a hat and some hair on Chad OchoCinco, you get ASAP Rocky. And that's what this meme is showing. The photo on the left is Chad OchoCinco, and the photo of the right is also Chad, but they photoshopped dreads and a hat. And it's funny how all they did was put a hat and some hair on Chad, and now you have ASAP Rocky. You know, they always mock this. And what I find funny about this is right now Denzel Washington is also bald. So him and Chad OchoCinco have the same thing going on, where if you put hair on them, you get ASAP Rocky. And this is Chad OchoCinco admitting in plain sight that he's ASAP Rocky. So in 2020, somebody said, whatever Rocky is going through, I hope he gets through it. And it's a photoshopped photo of bald ASAP Rocky. And he looks exactly like Chad OchoCinco. So of course, Chad responded to this tweet and said, Ocho Rocky. I can't make this up. They have to tell you, every time I expose these characters, I always show that they have told you in one way or another. It's not always direct like this one, but when it's direct like this, you can't deny it at that point. And so I made a comparison of bald ASAP Rocky with Chad OchoCinco, and they look exactly alike. Now let's move on to the next character, and both of these characters are athletes. Chad OchoCinco was a football player, and the next character is a soccer player. And ironically, soccer is mostly called football in most countries, so he's also considered a footballer. And this one has also been mocked, not as much as the Chad one, but this one has been mocked a lot as well. As you can see, there's this meme of Drogba and ASAP Rocky, but they changed their names at the bottom. They put Drogba's name under ASAP Rocky and ASAP Rocky's name under Drogba. And Drogba he's a retired soccer player right now. Most will consider him legendary. And I noticed he was connected to Chad OchoCinco's birthday. So Chad OchoCinco was born in 1978. Drogba was also born in 1978. So these two characters are both athletes and they're born in the same year. Chad was born 2 months before Drogba, so they're only 2 months apart. And it's just funny because they're in the same group of characters. And they made this meme where they put this exact photo right here of Drogba onto ASAP Rocky's album cover. And as you can see, he looks exactly like ASAP Rocky. And so I found the album cover and matched it up with the meme, and it's undeniable. They even have the similar hair. And now let's move on to the next character. Most of you guys probably noticed that Drogba looks a lot like Travis Scott in this photo on the right. And I couldn't unsee it when I was making these comparisons. So I had to bring up Travis Scott in this video because he is mixed with ASAP Rocky. He's the next one, and they made him after Drogba. So this is why Travis Scott looks like Drogba and ASAP Rocky. And as you can see, Travis Scott is known for having these weird photos where he has his mouth open super wide. And it reminded me of this photo of ASAP Rocky that I found where he has the same thing going on. And they always take these photos in a similar way to let you know that they're the same. But there's still a lot of differences between ASAP Rocky and Travis Scott, which is why I don't really bring this one up that much. As you guys know, I've already exposed Travis Scott's base character, which is Coolio. And he even admitted this after my video. And so I made a part 2. You know, he admitted that he had another character in the music industry that was younger. So go watch this video for more information about that. But as you can see, Travis Scott looks more like Coolio than ASAP Rocky. And that's because his main template that he was based off of is Coolio and Patrick Beverly. Now, he also has another character named Currency, and I will be exposing him in a separate video. But yeah, Travis Scott was mainly based off of Coolio, and they just mixed in a little bit of Drogba, and so this is why he looks like ASAP Rocky. And a connection here is that both of these characters have dated Kendall Jenner in the past. As you can see, Travis Scott and Kendall Jenner briefly dated. There's photos of them holding hands in 2017. And this is a huge connection because ASAP Rocky has also dated Kendall Jenner in 2016 and early 2017. So this means right after they broke up, Kendall Jenner started dating Travis Scott. So she dated two characters that are in the same group of characters. And then Travis Scott ended up dating Kylie Jenner as well. So they keep it in the family to keep the connections going. Now let's move on to the next character, which is John Boyega. And this is another character where they've done an entire movie for damage control to my original video. So if you guys watched my original video about Denzel Washington being ASAP Rocky from 3 years ago, I exposed John Boyega in this video. Let me show the part. By the way, I also exposed all the fruity things that ASAP Rocky has done in this video, so go check that out. But as you can see, I also exposed John Boyega in this video. And after I exposed this character, they ended up making an entire movie as Damage Control called They Cloned Tyrone. And I'm sure most of you guys have heard of that movie because the entire movie is based upon cloning. And although what we say is not cloning, you know, it's cloning is an analogy to what they're doing because it's very similar. The only reason we don't call it cloning is because cloning means you create an identical copy of something. So if you notice in the movie, when they cloned Tyrone or Fontaine, which was the cloned variant of Tyrone in the movie, every time he died, they would clone him and replace him again. You know, they would implant the same consciousness into the character. And that's similar to what they do, but it's not exact. They will never tell you the exact truth in these movies, which is why we don't recommend you watch them unless you actually understand that, because then you'll understand the analogy. And the reason this entire movie was Damage Control is because John Boyega wasn't really a big actor before I made that video. And that movie made him huge, especially in the conscious community. Everybody was talking about that movie, and he was a main character.
Because you exposed this character in your initial video. And
Yes.
most people, even myself, I had no idea who this character was. And so once that movie came out, his face was everywhere, and it's like the biggest mockery ever.
Yeah, that entire movie was Damage Control, and I remember I made a video about that movie, and I talked about this. And as you can see, he looks identical to ASAP Rocky in these comparisons. And this movie is just a mockery because they're showing that they keep recreating the same characters. You know, as soon as they fake their death, they create a new character and put him out there.
Already had that character created.
Yeah, beforehand, because
Which is in the Patreon video, when I dissect the music video, he literally says at the end, everything you're gonna see in the next generations is already being made. Think
which
about
means
that.
every character that they present has already been scripted years in advance.
So many years in advance that it's actually like eerie to even think about, because when you get into Gematria, connections, and then how their career was scripted to do every single detail that they do, it's like,
it's shocking because when you look at how old Booker T. Washington is, this guy is from 1800s. This means all of these characters were scripted
exactly
way before that.
They had it already planned out. Look at their hairline.
Yeah, I pointed that out. They have the same
Crazy.
widow's peak right here. And Booker T. Washington looks a lot like the AllState guy in this photo also. Because
he has his nose.
Yeah,
he has his too, but I noticed that the AllState guy has a more, I don't know, like an older look to him, an older coating in his face.
Yeah, because they're all coding, and that's what was shown in this video. They are coded on the computer, and then they print them out, and that's all they do. And when they make them, they change a few little details to try to throw you off. So this is why we don't call it cloning, because they're altering differences in their appearance.
I don't know if people are retarded, but everybody be like, they're clones. Do you not know the definition of the word clone? Clone means exactly the same. Okay, and I even explained in that video, yes, they have multiple versions of themselves, okay, but their other character is not a clone.
As you can see, the definition of clone is an organism or cell or group of organisms or cells produced, I can't say this A word, from one ancestor or stock to which they are genetically identical.
Exactly. But no, everybody be saying to me, oh, they're clones, they're clones. That's not what's going, like, you have the right idea, but you're saying the wrong word, and that's misuse of a word, and you sound illiterate when you say that, because that's not the definition of that word.
This is why whenever they make jokes about this or do damage control, they use the word clone, because it's not exactly what's going on, and it can throw people off and make it look like all of what we're saying is not true.
Because most bots, they just see one trigger word and they'll run with it. They'll just regurgitate it.
That's why they loved They Cloned Tyrone.
Exactly.
They knew what they were doing.
You know, we get comments of people saying, oh, so it's like that movie, They Cloned Tyrone, but they don't say the title right. They'll be like, he cloned Tyrone.
Or who cloned Tyrone.
But what I noticed, the only word that these bots can remember is clone. Like, they never let it go.
That was the trigger word that they used in the title. It's funny, and this is why we don't say clone, because clone means identical, like 100% the same.
And they're not.
They're not.
They've been mixed with multiple characters. Like, if you look at Denzel Washington, he has so many characters.
Yeah.
Like, his face is within so many groups of characters. The same thing with A$AP Rocky's character.
Yeah, and that's why I'm showing that they have slight differences. And a good example of this is Travis Scott and A$AP Rocky. They're clearly not exactly the same. They've made changes and they mixed in Coolio to slightly alter the appearance. So this is where the mixing comes in, and why it's important to know that they're mixed with multiple groups of characters, because then you understand that they're not clones. You know, when they made Travis Scott, he's younger than A$AP Rocky and Drogba, so when they made him, all they had to do was mix A$AP Rocky and Drogba with Coolio, and you get Travis Scott. And they even make memes of this sometimes. I'll like do my own example. So Travis Scott would be A$AP Rocky plus Drogba equals Travis Scott. You know, they'll do like an equation sometimes to show you.
I have a thumbnail like that. My Ariana Grande video, I showed how she's, this one, because it's literally an equation.
Yeah, that's what they're doing.
So I forgot her name, the first person.
Vashti Kola.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, I put it in the description. She plus Ariana Grande makes Tyler. See?
So it's a combination of two characters to create another one, and sometimes they even use more than two.
Oh yeah, of course. This one was like directly
these two.
Exactly.
Okay, so now John Boyega is the youngest character so far that I found from all of these characters, and they mocked this. But before I get into that, let's get into the Gematria connection. So A$AP Rocky and John Boyega both equal 47 in the keypad cipher. And this should sound familiar because, like we talked about earlier, Denzel Washington and A$AP Rocky's real name equals 74 in the same cipher. So with these characters, it's the same thing but reversed. So for some reason, these characters are heavily connected to the number 47 and 74. And I can already think of multiple reasons. One is one of these characters is going to fake their death. We even saw John Boyega constantly dying in the They Cloned Tyrone movie. And the 47 is also connected to another character that they have, but I'll save that for another video because there's just too many characters in this group and I want to keep it simple. So as you can see, John Boyega looks identical to Denzel Washington other than a few slight changes. And this one is like very slight changes. Like they are the most identical, I would say. And the mockery is John Boyega is an actor and Denzel Washington is an actor. They both came out as actors. None of these other characters that I've presented have came out as actors. So this is like the most obvious connection with these. And what I find funny is this looks like it should actually be Denzel's son, But when you look at Denzel's son, he looks nothing like him. And the reason for that is because they're mocking what they're doing. Notice how John Boyega, his first name is John. Denzel Washington's son is John. And they kept mocking this because I didn't even know Denzel Washington had a son. And when I watched the interview of Spike Lee, Denzel Washington, and ASAP Rocky, Denzel kept telling ASAP Rocky to name his son John David. And I didn't understand why until I looked it up. And he was mocking this because he has a son named John David. And then ASAP Rocky tells this entire story of how he met John David on Christmas in 2016. So all of these fake stories are now coming out of ASAP Rocky meeting Denzel's family. He even said he met his wife and all type of stuff. So they mocked it too much, man. This one is just mocked constantly. And the reason why is because they have another character named John Boyega. And as you can see, Denzel and John Boyega have the same gematria of 24 and 42 in the same cipher. And 42 is just 24 reversed. And then they both equal 60 as well in the same cipher. And the number 42 should sound familiar because we bring this number up all the time. Because as you guys can see, Divine Sade has 2 videos about this topic on Patreon.
Docu-series. They're very long.
Make sure you guys go check this out. The link to the Patreon is in the description. The number 42 is constantly used, especially within melanated characters. This is why Kobe was number 24. And here's the first part to this video. All of these characters are connected to the number 42 and 24. As you can see, 42 Doug calls himself 42. You know, it's in plain sight.
Just go watch the video because that's a crazy connection in itself because that's just a nasty connection.
Yeah, if you watch this video, then you understand why she's saying that. And also we see Chadwick Boseman has a movie called 42. You know, it's like, why would they just name the movie 42? You know, it's like they have to mock you. So if you want to know about this number, join the Patreon to watch that video. And
again, they equal 60 in an EP exception cipher, and 2 + 4 is 6.
Wow.
So I recommend you guys really go watch those videos because I talk about the numbers 6 and 24, 42.
Exactly. Someone in the chat said slave equals 42. Someone said Denzel Washington's son looks like Meek Mill. I wouldn't be surprised because their sons are actually based off of other people, not their parents. So let us know if you guys have any other questions. Someone said, I get it now. It's starting to make sense to me. That's good that now you understand. A lot of people came running to my video when they heard that Denzel and ASAP Rocky were making a movie. And I wanted to clear this up because people need to understand that they are made off of old characters. They're all recycled. Somebody said, who plays The Rock? Me and Divine Sade have a video on that. I'll pull them up right now. The Rock is based on O.J. Simpson and many more characters. Go watch this video to learn more about that. Someone said, why do you use those ciphers though? Why not the main four? Did you not see that I used the main four also? Clearly, right here, I used the reverse reduction.
That person is in
Ignorant.
a box.
Yeah.
Who said that someone can only use the 4-base ciphers?
And what I don't understand is I even used the 4-base ciphers in my presentation.
Why not go deeper?
Yeah,
What if there was more?
Which there always is. That's why we use the other ciphers also, because they don't just connect in those 4 ciphers. As you can see, ASAP Rocky and John Boyega match perfectly in the keypad. So why limit yourself to just 4 ciphers when you can find more connections? And that, I don't blame that person, because they're just programmed from
a controlled opposition that's trying to control how far someone goes with something.
Yeah.
Think about that.
So that's why you guys need to wake up that most of the Gematria channels that you see are actually characters, and they will be exposed, especially that main guy that you're getting this idea from.
Stupid idea.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Somebody made a comment about this photo where they're doing the 4 fingers. They said the 4 fingers shadows on Denzel's face plus the 3 fingers shadow on his son's face gives a 43. Someone said his son looks like Kawhi Leonard. He does, actually. That is who I was thinking of. Wow. Because I noticed in this photo he looked so much like somebody. And that person's right. John David Washington is Kawhi Leonard. I could see it in this photo. I'll pull up a photo of Kawhi so you guys can see. Alright, here's a photo of Kawhi. Yeah, they look very similar. What do you think?
They look identical to each other.
And I see why somebody mentioned Meek Mill, because
I see that also.
He does have a bit of a Meek Mill mixture, while Kawhi has a bit of an Offset mixture, but it's still there. Someone said I see a little bit of Jamie Foxx in them too. Yeah, ASAP Rocky is slightly mixed with Jamie Foxx. I didn't bring this up to avoid confusion because Jamie Foxx has an entirely different group of characters.
But what's funny is that the John guy is in a movie with Jamie Foxx.
Yeah, so that's how they mocked it.
And I kept getting them mixed up in some of the scenes.
Yeah. John and ASAP Rocky are mixed with Jamie Foxx. And so that's why they mocked both of them having that movie together. Somebody said, what happened to your old Mr. Beast videos? So I only have one video on Mr. Beast, and it's still up there. They do hide it a lot from the search. You have to like type in the entire title for it to pop up. But it's still up here. I will do an updated video because I found more characters that Mr. Beast has. So stay tuned for that video. But this video is still up here. JDK said, can't wait till all these celebrities are completely gone. I detached from them ever since I started watching you and Divine's videos a few years ago. That's good. That's why we make these videos. And we said this countless times.
I love this question. They said, why are you guys not uploading more regularly on YouTube? We upload on Patreon and we're live right now, so yeah.
Yeah, we talked about this in the last live stream where we're only gonna be posting videos on Patreon
because they're more appreciated.
And we get to expose topics that we can't even expose on YouTube. Exactly. Like this video, for example. I don't even want to show the title for too much because they're so sensitive about that. Exactly. So I'll just show the thumbnail. You know, this is why we're mainly focusing, you know, we're still going to do live streams on YouTube, but our videos are going to be on Patreon only. So if you want more videos, join the Patreon. We have 3 videos from this month already. We have this one from today.
Please go watch that video. It's a really good video. It answers someone's question from earlier. They had said, does anyone else feel how people who took the jab are extremely hostile and aggressive these last couple years? Yeah, so this tier talks about that type of content. I hope you guys can hear me. I'm kind of far away. But that tier talks about that type of content.
So join the Enlightenment tier on Patreon so you can watch this new video.
Because NPCs are very aggressive, to answer your question, and they're only going to get more disgusting and animalistic as time goes on.
And you talked about that before in one of the NPC videos. If you guys want to watch deeper videos about NPCs, starseeds, and how we get attacked by NPCs and how to deal with that.
NPCs, and also I talk about if you are a starseed and all that stuff. Those are just titles. I really don't like titles, but if you're not an NPC and you want to basically level up and stop getting drained by these NPC vampires, I have videos on that, okay? That's what the recent video is about.
Because starseeds have the magic touch, and whenever we put our energy or attention on something, NPCs will gravitate towards it. Like in the store, for example, I'll be like reading the ingredients on something and I'm really focused on it, right? An NPC will walk by and see that and then turn in my aisle and start looking at what I'm looking at.
Exactly. That's the magic touch and influence.
They will mimic your behavior or linger around your aura. and you shouldn't get mad at it. You should know that
you're special.
Yeah, it should be a reminder that you're very special and you have this magnetic energy, and
Exactly.
they don't. And that's why it's important that you distance yourself from them and other energy vampires that just want you for your energy.
What do you guys think about Juicewrld? Conscious X has exposed Juicewrld multiple times, and also you shouldn't idolize them. I see that you have a Juicewrld profile picture and even a name.
Just type in Juicewrld is lucky and you'll find my video.
I have to make that other video, man. Every time I look at him, I have to make the video about his base character.
Yeah, Juicewrld has so many characters.
Yeah, soon there's going to be a video that I make about his base character on Patreon. Wow, this video has 99K. That's crazy.
Yeah.
It's almost 100K. Go watch the video and get it to 100K.
They try doing damage control a lot to this one. You know, we've had characters respond to me over this, and I will make an updated video on this because I haven't made a video about this in 4 years, as you guys can see. So stay tuned for that. I actually have that coming very soon.
Interesting. Someone said that everyone in their family, well, almost everybody in their family took the, and they've been acting weird ever since. They feel like they're hacked.
Yeah, NPCs are controlled. You have to understand that. This is why they fill them up with shots and chemicals and frequencies. They give themselves up. It's like they want to be controlled. Only someone that is so naive and ignorant can get controlled. If you have a consciousness and you know what's going on, nothing can control you. But NPCs don't. Someone said Nicki Minaj is Shaka Khan. Yeah, Divine has a video on that.
I have no idea what that is. Let me look this up. Okay, what is this?
And Nicki Minaj is not just Shaka Khan. She's also Cardi B, Selena, and more. So go watch this video. She put all of them together.
Okay, so refers to the mythical ability that King Midas or Midas?
I think it's Midas.
Midas. To turn everything he touched into gold. I never even heard of this, but yes, to answer your question, is this similar to the Midas touch? Yeah.
Shout out to Isaac, by the way. He's on the Patreon. Someone said their mom passed away from colon cancer on their dad's birthday because of the I'm gonna just call it the shot. Now my dad is complaining about both knees hurting. Yeah, I have videos about all of that stuff. I can't say the word, but the CV on Patreon. And I'm actually going to do one soon about the shot because they mocked that they created it in a lab. So I have a video about that.
Why are you so attached to Juicewrld? I don't think you're comprehending what our channels are about. It's about detachment from celebrities, and you're saying that it's not true. Okay.
I don't know if that guy is an NPC or if he's just not understanding.
Well, when you're a fanatic, you are an NPC because you're so clouded with idolization.
That's true. He said, I'll sub to your Patreon, but all this about Juice ain't true. You're going way too deep. How is going too deep bad?
So you're basically saying that we're right.
Because we went deep.
But you want to keep it surface level.
You want us to say he was sacrificed.
He was a ritual sacrifice for the industry. That's what people say. And then they do a pointing video on TikTok. They be like, did you guys know? He was sacrificed.
People need to understand that all that sacrifice stuff is fake. They want you to believe that because you'll still think the celebrity is real. And what we expose is that none of this is real. It's all scripted. Their characters were made for this. And to that person, to be in love with Juicewrld and not see that he's fake or that his death is fake, you have to be the dumbest person alive, because out of all characters, he has admitted that he was going to fake his death. Like, I'm not even making this up. He says he's going to fake his death in a tweet. He admitted the whole scripting of his character. In 2017, 2 years before he died, he said, my goal is to get overly famous, shine for a couple of years, then fake my death. I can't make this up.
Sounds like an entire harvest. So, think about this. This character's entire career, every song is just about death. This character has music videos at his own funeral.
I forgot about that.
So to not think that he's involved and to think that this was all a coincidence for his character to die, you have to be a bit delusional, because why would someone do that much predictive programming towards their death? It doesn't make sense. But everything's a coincidence to you.
What was that music video where he did it? I don't like that song, so I always forget. Oh, it's called Lean With Me. Oh no, is it that one? Yeah, I think it is that one. I'm gonna try to show it right now. I know I showed it in my Juicewrld videos.
So Isaac, one of the Patreon members, said that his younger sister's husband is obsessed with Juicewrld. I just want to say something. I find it to be disturbing that guys are obsessed with another, guy.
Yeah, that is very weird.
It's weird.
So here's the clip in my Juicewrld video where I showed the music video. It's from the black and white music video. They're at Juicewrld's candle lighting vigil. He's at his own candle lighting vigil, which is basically a funeral. I can't show the music video because of copyright, but here's some photos from the music video. Look, he's even looking at his own photo as if he's dead. And this music video came out.
It seems like we can't convince this guy. So he had said that you force lookalike pictures, by the way. And then he says, but he wasn't even famous back then. Okay.
Let me explain that, because that's even more mockery. So,
and then he said he knows about all the other stuff about the death.
So in 2017, when he made this tweet, he wasn't famous yet. And I was going to talk about that because that's even more mockery. He was letting you know that he was about to get famous, shine for a couple years, and then fake his death. And that's exactly what he did, because he got famous in 2019 and late 2018. So if you do the math, he gets famous in 2018 basically. He shined for a couple of years, literally a year and a half, and then he faked his death. So he did exactly what he said he was going to do. He even put a coffin emoji. Like, you can't make this up. So if you can't wake up to this one being fake, you'll never wake up to anything.
You just don't want to go that deep.
That's a sign of an NPC. There's a blockage. They're limited into how deep they can go. And I like how somebody was debunking this guy.
Is this Venue? This has to be Venue. His new comment, this is him.
Yeah, he does this every time.
You are crazy. He just said that he believes everyone else is a clone. We just told you that it's not clones, but okay. And then he says that Juice was actually a loving and caring person. This is Venue. This is like an epic troll. Yeah. How many accounts do you have? It's ridiculous.
And it's all idolizing a celebrity.
Exactly.
Each account he has is from another celebrity. Anybody that we see in the chat that has a celebrity profile picture or a celebrity name,
they are involved 100%.
Yeah, we already know. They're either a huge NPC or they're a troll that was sent to try to distract people in the chat.
I don't even have time to read his idea of what happened. He put in his own little 2 cents of what he think happened. It's time for you to go on another profile.
Yeah, I already know if we block him, he's gonna come back as another celebrity idolizing page.
And now he's playing stupid.
Someone said Princess Diana. Divine has a video about that. Princess Diana is Logan Paul and Paris Hilton. You can find this video on Divine Sade's channel.
And think about his name, because someone just called him a lot. So, you have 999 in your name, right? Juicewrld's character rep the number 999. I've already explained. 9 is a number of the end, completion, death, okay? Think about the mockery there.
And then if you add all 3 9s, you get 27, and the 27 club is about death fakers. So his entire name was scripted. Even right now, his Instagram is Juicewrld999.
He believes that the industry got him. He's one of those.
Got.
People.
What does that mean? Got. Him.
See, they want you to see them as a victim.
Yeah. Because if you see them as a victim, you'll never realize that they're fake. Somebody said, are crisis actors created or altered? I can't imagine a real person being so fake. Yes, crisis actors are fake. They're created just like every other celebrity, and they purposely make them look real so that you would think it's real. We actually have an entire playlist on Patreon about crisis actors. I'm gonna pull it up right now. So here is 5 videos of crisis actors that we've exposed. There's actually a 6th one, but it's not up here.
The irony of that.
Arkeen said he sees Kawhi Leonard and Denzel's son. Yeah, we talked about that earlier. Josh said, do you think Andy Biersack will be a death faker? He's a metal band lead vocalist. His band created a music video with Andy inside a coffin. Yeah, I mean, if he put himself in a coffin, I'm pretty sure he's mocking that. I don't know who he is, but let's see his birthday and stuff, and we could probably find something. He's 34 right now. I know murder equals 43. I don't know if you're referring to this, but it looks like they're in a coffin. They do this a lot. I remember XXXTentacion did the same thing in the sad music video. He was at his own funeral. And he even looked at himself in the coffin. And I recently did an updated video on his death and all his characters on Patreon. So go check that out. In this video, I exposed the scripting of his entire death and 5 of his other characters. Andy said, didn't you do a video on Jamie Foxx saying that he was Tyson too? I think I did mention it in my Mike Tyson video because Jamie Foxx is also based off of Mike Tyson, and he even mocked it. You guys have to understand, they have multiple characters that they're based off of. And they mocked this one because he was casted to play Mike Tyson in his biopic. And he even started working out to try to match his physique for the movie. But then, of course, they ended up canceling Jamie Foxx in that role. So he's not going to end up playing him after all in the movie. And they did that on purpose because they usually don't get their other character to play them in a movie, but they will hint at it. And they even made memes about this by putting Jamie Foxx's face on Mike Tyson. So yeah, I talked about this one in the Mike Tyson video that I have. Let me pull that up. In this video on YouTube, I mainly focused on Mike Tyson and Serena Williams, but I do have a Patreon version. And in the Patreon version, I exposed Mike Tyson's base character. So that one is very shocking. And I showed clips that I couldn't show on YouTube. So that's another reason why we focus on Patreon videos, because we can show clips that we can't show on YouTube due to copyright. And that's why I will be posting clips of Denzel Washington and ASAP Rocky admitting that they're the same on Patreon. Exactly. Someone said Jamie Foxx can change his voice and mannerisms well. I showed a clip of that in my first Jamie Foxx video. Because their voices are very fake. If you notice, they can really alter their voices easily. Somebody said, what do you think angels are? So we talk about this on Patreon. Divine has multiple videos on Patreon where she explained how angels are basically star seeds. You know, all of these terms mean the same thing. And Jesus represents the same thing. That's why Divine used Jesus in this thumbnail, because Jesus, angels, ironic, they even call Jesus the Son of God.
I have an entire video explaining this concept. You could just type it in. Where is it? Go to the search and type in angels. Yeah, right
that
here.
one.
I explained the entire thing, the symbolism, all that stuff.
Starseeds are angels and NPCs are not.
There are two huge NPCs in the chat right now.
They'll never give up.
You spin you with another account. Defending Juicewrld right now.
Somebody said Logan Paul is Tfue. Yeah, he is also Tfue. I'll make a separate video on that. Logan Paul has so many characters, but the main ones are Princess Diana. I feel like that's... And also Divine exposed their base character in this video too. Very old, creepy guy. Somebody said, been watching you guys for a while. After watching the channel for the first time, it was like wearing the glasses from They Live. You can't unsee it. Exactly. That's true. Our videos are basically the glasses, and that's how I know if somebody watches our videos and still doesn't see, they're an NPC. And they even make memes about this concept. In this one, they're showing how Mark Zuckerberg isn't a real human. The glasses just represent consciousness. So all we're showing in our videos is consciousness. And if you have a consciousness, you can see through the veil. NPCs can't see through the veil. When they notice how when he doesn't have the glasses, he just sees Mark Zuckerberg regular. But when he has the glasses, he sees him for what he is. And that's basically what our videos are. We're putting on the glasses. And it's funny because he even has a scene in this movie where he's trying to force the glasses on his friend and he doesn't want them. So he has to fight him super hard to put them on. And that's what it's like. Some people, they just don't want to wake up. Someone said China is about to create artificial humans. They already did. And it's not just China. You see them walking around every day.
Some are in the chat right now.
Yeah. Join the Patreon and you'll understand why we're saying this. Especially with this video. Divine Sade showed a clip from American Dad where they admitted that they create people to fill in as background characters. And we've noticed this before. There's a story that we always talk about where me and Divine Sade went to Disneyland and we just noticed that there was so many NPCs that looked like they were made to be there and just fill in as background actors. And I even made a joke because there was this little girl dancing in front of us as she was like skipping.
Yeah, she was skipping and she had like a Disney outfit on.
Yeah.
And
it looked...
Conscious X said she didn't exist outside of Disneyland. And this worker, we didn't even notice him at first, but he looked back and smiled and like laughed like, we know something or whatever.
Yeah,
like
he realized we caught on to what was going on.
Weird.
And he gave us that little smirk that they show in the Truman Show and so he was walking in front of us, right? And when I said this little girl is not real, she doesn't exist outside of this place,
We were laughing, and then we looked up.
He turns around, smiles at us, and then walks in the opposite direction.
And he wanted to join in on our inside joke, like us laughing about this. But how would he know? I kept questioning, how did he know what we were referring to?
And he was like a regular Disneyland
looks
worker.
Like a character, though.
Yeah. But I'm saying his role was like just a regular low-level
exactly. He
worker.
didn't even have like the costumes or nothing. He was just wearing a blue shirt.
So that shows that they make these people, and there's people that know. You know, there's involved people that know.
There are so many fake people, and you know that they just they fill in the lines. So at amusement parks, they're always filling in the lines to make it seem like it's more crowded than what it is.
Oh yeah, you have a video about that, how NPCs are filler people. And that's one thing we noticed about theme parks. There's a lot of filler people that just fill up the lines so that it can waste your time. And especially with Disneyland, because it's so big and so many rides, that if they fill up all these lines, you won't be able to go on every ride before you leave.
Exactly. So you basically waste your money and your time.
Yeah. And then you have to come back.
Exactly. And then you're going to get pissed off because there's so many bots doing filler things.
We even noticed that these people were filler, and we cut in line of this super long line. Exactly. And nobody noticed.
Except for this really filler
NPC. There was only
she probably was real, waiting the whole time. There was only a few. I could only count on one of my hands how many people were real. That Indian guy that was like, what do you mean my kids can't get on the ride? Oh, yeah. It's this place made for kids.
Yeah, there's spots of real people that you could find.
Exactly. And they're usually complaining.
Yeah.
But there's these other people, they're just having the time of their life.
You even said after we cut, there was a guy just having fun.
I did not feel bad. He was having fun at the very end of the line. And I looked at him, I was like, yep, that's a bot.
And he has so much waiting to do. Exactly. And he's not even complaining or worried. These people are not real. And the person that noticed that we cut was real because she got mad.
And she was already pissed off, her energy, because
all the waiting.
Exactly. And it's just weird.
As a regular person would be.
Video that said, you enter Disneyland and it's a bunch of old people with those knee brace on.
Oh yeah.
And it's an NPC coding to go with a knee brace on. Why would all these people be doing that?
I'm trying to find if there's anything of them mocking this. One thing they're showing me is that there's this video with 2 million views that says, it's finally confirmed Disney's birds aren't real.
Everything's fake about this place. I don't understand why anybody would think anything's real here.
They even admitted that they spray artificial smells to get you to buy more food.
I swear they tricked me. So don't go to this place whatsoever.
We ended up buying a bunch of food for no reason.
Exactly. And it's gross, actually. That's what gets me.
But they know since you're so tired from all the walking that you will just conform.
Wow, someone said distracted by colors, chemicals, and sounds. Exactly. It's hijacking all of the sensors in your brain. And then you're on these crazy rides that is pulling so much adrenaline from you.
And one ride I hate the most is the Small World ride.
Never been on it.
They are brainwashing children with this ride. The entire ride, you're just sitting on this slow boat and there's the same song playing over and over. It plays 20 times over and over, and it's just saying it's a small world. And it programs you to think small.
Mm-hmm.
So if you ever are at Disneyland, which I don't recommend going, do not go on this ride, because this is the most brainwashing.
The music, they're just repeating the same chant.
Yeah, so it brainwashes you. And halfway on the ride, I wanted to go back, but you can't. So you have to wait it out. Somebody said, can you expose other people instead of rappers only?
We expose other people
Yeah.
besides rappers all the time. You're just choosing to see one thing. I mean, think about this. Booker T. Washington and Denzel Washington are not rappers.
And these were the main people I was talking about in the middle of the live stream, because Booker T. Washington is the base character of all of these characters. The only rapper in this group is actually ASAP Rocky. I exposed more characters that aren't even rappers in this live stream. And if you want more, go to Patreon, because we can actually go into deeper, older characters that are more sensitive. Like this one, for example.
He's going to end up being an entire series because he has so many characters.
Yeah. He has 2 more characters and
many others, like I said in this video.
And we even found his mom and her character. You know, AH's mom. We found her character. So we're going to expose that also.
There's an NPC in here with the name Black Boy Max Plug, right? And you expose this Black Boy character. And this NPC is in here spreading misinformation. They're saying that Denzel Washington is Nelson Mandela.
That's misinformation. And this person is fake because...
Why would you come in here with this name and he's exposed this character?
That's probably Black Boy Max himself.
They do this stuff.
They make these fan pages and troll. I even talked about that in my recent video on Patreon about XXX Tentacion and Jaden Smith, because after I made the first video, there's this X fan page that photoshopped a photo of X and Jaden Smith together, and I talked about how they are the ones behind these fan pages, and they're purposely using their fan pages to try to seem like they have a cult following.
Exactly, and then it influences
real
people. Oh, I should start a fan page for a celebrity.
Yeah.
So Sunshine said that she saw a video that people were on the plane and the passengers, they were spraying something on the plane. Folks said that it was supposed to calm flying anxiety. I seen something about that, how they released something in the air
conditioning
on the planes.
And think about it, it's called air conditioning.
Exactly. So they're like conditioning your brain.
This is why they make memes that everybody falls asleep on the plane.
And so this is why everyone falls asleep. You know, they pass out. Yeah.
And you actually made a video about that on Patreon.
Exactly.
We can't say the title of it, but it's that hoax that happened in New York in 2001 on the 11th of September. Urgency said, do you talk about the J people in your Patreon? Yes.
Who's it? Oh.
We can expose those type of things. I mean, basically this video is indirectly proving that those J people are frauds, basically. Because the whole point of this AH character was to cause this huge energy harvest for those people, so that they can victimize them forever. You know, till this day, they're still being victimized. And you can't even talk about them, which is why I try not to show the title of this video too much, because his name is so censored because of that topic.
Yeah, I think I know what video you're talking about, Sunshine. And I think it's like some blonde haired lady and she's screaming on a plane. I really didn't pay attention to it when it came out, but I remember people going a little wild over it.
What did she say? That people aren't real or something?
Yeah, the people on the plane. I guess the person sitting next to her, and that's true.
Yeah, and she's fake. That's the
so they made it
irony.
Look crazy.
Yeah, she's a character. She's
Exactly.
one of those fake people that she's talking about.
Exactly, and they make it look crazy. Okay, you have to understand what controlled oppositions do. They make something look, insane. I never even knew that's what she said. Alright.
Viral, not real, plain woman is what they're calling her. And they call this a meltdown.
I mean, because you will look crazy if you start screaming at NPCs saying they're not real people.
Yeah. And people always point out that she was doing symbolism while saying this with her fingers.
And of course I'm not even going to go deep into all the dynamics of this.
Yeah. Just know that it was staged and it was to make people who wake up to the fact that NPCs are not real look crazy.
Man, they do so much. So many details that can give people. This looks like a Karen having a moment.
Yeah, that's why.
Now it just discredits this type of information. So I really don't like when people try to connect these things that are out there already to things that we talk about, because yeah, it's cool because it is a similar subject, but that stuff is made to make things look crazy. It's similar to these characters that they've made to talk about the roles that we expose. Well, that's the same thing.
It's damage control.
Exactly. And that's what makes it look crazy and hard to believe. And that's what all of our content is about, which is trying to reverse their reverse psychology that they've done. Okay?
Their narrative.
Exactly.
Because if you notice, all she had to say, if this was a real person, she's imitating a starseed that woke up to these people being fake. All she had to say was, there's an NPC here.
Exactly. This is how they want people to act, because they want to lock you in a loony bin.
Yeah.
This is not a joke. They actually want to put you in a loony bin. So they promote this narrative. You understand? And again, this is not just with this type of content that deals with NPCs. This is also with the characters that want to steal the entire role thing. And then they say it's another... They push another narrative, okay? And this is why Conscious X already exposed one of them in the last live stream, because they're pushing a certain narrative, and a narrative matters.
I'm going to pull that up right now in case people don't remember.
That is considered a crisis actor. That's what this person is.
And I bet we could even find her character if we really wanted to, because they're all characters that do this.
Yeah, there you go, right there.
So this guy right here, let me zoom in. We talked about him in the Hulk Hogan, Ozzy Osbourne, and Malcolm Jamal Warner live stream. This guy on the left is a TikToker that pretends that he's exposing something, but he's actually making it a joke and making it look crazy.
Exactly.
And he's this recent death faker in plain sight.
And made a video on the dude.
Yeah, he was defending him though. He said that life is short, man.
Of course he'll defend him. They always defend their other character.
And all he brought up was that he was wearing a flower on his ear in the last video. And they make it all a conspiracy when it's not even that scary or sacrifice type of narrative that they push. But this guy's a character, and he actually responded to me because I made a TikTok video exposing him for his other character. And of course, even though I posted this video on Facebook, Instagram also, and YouTube, he only decided to respond
because he lives
to the
on
TikTok. Yeah.
When a character is created for a certain platform, they don't have the freedom to really hop to multiple platforms like that, okay? That's always proof of a character, in my opinion.
So if you go to my TikTok, you can find a video where I exposed this guy, and he commented multiple times under that video. And I'm gonna make a video, an updated video exposing that, because people need to realize these TikTokers are fake, and they made these new form of TikTokers to pretend like they're exposing what we're exposing,
but they're
clearly
not. Okay, and gain some critical thinking skills. And well, most of you guys don't have inner monologue, but you have to decipher that they're not doing the same thing that we're doing. Okay, it's not the same. When the narrative is shift, it's not the same anymore.
And I even talked about in this live stream how he does symbolism, he tells people to shut up.
Exactly. But yet people be like, oh, you guys got this from him. You idiot TikTok brain person. He is stealing content, and these other ones are stealing content that we've made 3-4 years ago, and now put it on your little idiot app, and you think that he made it first. You know, and so people are just so ridiculous how they like characters who tell them to shut up, that this is all a joke. You know?
And he even does the vow of silence symbolism when he says it.
He's doing symbolism in people's face, and they just defending him.
Somebody said you can play certain frequencies to make people feel a certain way. It's the point of music. Yes. Ironically, I exposed XXXTentacion recently, and he actually has an interview with DJ Academics where he says he tunes his music to a certain frequency to get people to feel a certain emotion. And of course, like I said in this new Patreon video, all the emotions that he tuned his music to are either sad or angry. It's never positive. This is why his biggest song is called Sad. Think about it. Why would he have a song called Sad? Why isn't it called Happy or Joyful? You know, they're letting you know what they're pushing. And this character is really disgusting because he promoted for people to remove themselves from the world stage. You know, I can't say the word, but in this entire song, he keeps repeating that S word over and over. Let me pull up the lyrics, actually, so I can show what I'm saying without saying it. So in this song, and keep in mind, this song was played over the radio like thousands and thousands of times when he died. So they got everybody to be sad over his death. Then they start playing his song called Sad on the radio. And this entire song is about being sad. And look at what he says right here.
All these characters do is push depression on people, and then you get these NPC bots who love to bandwagon and copy and mimic celebrities. So then in 2017, 18, and 19, you had a bunch of idiots walking around like they were going through mental illnesses. Stop making me laugh. Like they were going through mental illnesses
and
depression as a trend. Oh yeah, I'm so depressed. Oh yeah, I'm going through something right now.
I'm so sad. And that's what he was saying in the song. So if you're repeating the lyrics to the song, you're brainwashing yourself.
Exactly.
It's like a bad affirmation. So in the song, because notice how he says I. Who am I? Someone that's afraid to let go. You decide if you're ever going to let me know. S side, I can't say that word, if you ever try to let go. So he's promoting to do this.
This was a trend. I bet if you look up the S rates,
of
from
people.
2017 to 2020, let's say 2021, I bet it was extreme because of the characters, Juicewrld, X,
Peep.
Lil Peep. The list goes on and on.
Kobe.
Exactly.
Pop Smoke, King Von, all of these Death Fakers, PNB Rock, all these were around the same time, and
these people are just shaving themselves off.
and it was another huge thing that they did was a 2020 lockdown that also got a lot of people. And what did they do while they were at home? Listen to this song.
Exactly.
And then look at how he says, "I'm sad, I know, yeah." And
people just turning up, playing this in a car.
And most people don't even know he's saying that. It actually sounds like he's saying, "I'm sad and low."
Yeah, I always thought it was that.
Yeah, me too.
And I don't like listening to his music because I don't know what he's saying.
Yeah, I don't like
when there's characters who their voice, they're not like enunciating the words good and they're not speaking clearly. So I don't know what they're saying. So what we all tend to do is we make up the lyrics in our head of what we think they're saying, which are not wrong because it has double meaning.
Yeah, they say it in a weird way on purpose for you to say that.
Exactly. The main character that's a staple of saying things weirdly is Michael Jackson.
I was just about to bring him up. Him and NBA Youngboy,
exactly.
Ironically.
I
and
don't
they're
know
the same.
what they're saying. And then this character coming in second in my list, I don't know what he's saying.
Yeah, they pronounce words very weird. But yeah, he keeps repeating this S word. And if you watch the Patreon video, you will know why he's repeating that word also. Because he has another character that actually removed himself from the world stage.
In that exact same manner.
Yeah.
And then think about this. These lyrics, they're just penetrating your subconscious mind. Repeating that over and over again. And look, like saying words like contagious. Like, come on. What is going on here? This stuff is low vibrational.
And then I never even knew he said this. "I won't fix. I'd rather weep."
See? This is all low vibrational. This is not ascension. This is descension. This is not evolution. This is de-evolution. And as time goes on, only the conscious people are evolving, but the NPCs and bots, they are devolving. You can see it. You can look around and you can see that they're getting stupider. And they like this type of stuff.
You know what is the saddest thing about his songs? He puts no effort. This right here is the verse. There's only one verse in this song, and it's this. It's only 5 lines, 4 basically. Everything else is just repeating the hook and the chorus. Look at this.
Exactly.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
It's like a lullaby.
Yeah.
So it's programming and penetrating the subconscious mind. And then now when you're in a terrible situation, you wondering why the first thing you're trying to do is S. You're trying to knock yourself out. You're trying to take yourself out. Maybe your brain was penetrated that hard to go and do things like that.
So.
And Sunshine said that it's dark energy. Exactly, it is. They're not trying to evolve a person past those states of emotions. Everyone's already dealing with that. I don't think people need to consume more of that. There should be more positivity.
That is true.
Urgency 999 said, "LOL, now you're just hating, okay? Why won't y'all talk about what happened to X in the car? Explain. Are you mental?"
And if you watch my video, I did talk about it. I talked about how it was fake. So just go join the Patreon and watch this video. Because I'm not going to repeat myself.
This has so been you.
Same troll, different page.
Last time he was defending Princess Diana, remember that? He said he bought her dress collection or something. I don't know what he said. He said something crazy.
People are obsessed with celebrities, man. It's scary.
Andy, that's good you never heard of that song.
Yeah.
It's better to not know anything they push in the mainstream media, especially in the US.
And these two characters also promote very low vibrational music.
I don't know what Travis Scott is saying.
He has some very negative songs. I could actually pull one up right now. I always think of this song and how disgusting it is. And they get you with the beats. Like X's song Sad has this crazy beat that's like hypnosis. And same thing with Travis Scott. His songs have these crazy beats, so you listen to it and you get programmed by the words. I think it's the song Stargazing.
Think about that other song, Sicko Mode.
Yeah, he's telling you to go sicko. So in this song, I used to listen to this song before I knew that celebrities were fake. And every time this part came out, I would get creeped out because he's admitting what he's doing. So keep in mind, this song was on the Astroworld album. And it came out before the Astroworld incident. And he says, I've been up for some days. I don't have time to lay just to drown out all these thoughts. I tried all kinds of things. If I take you to my past, you will be traumatized. Got 1,000 kids outside that's trying to come alive.
99
took Astroworld. It had to relocate. So he's doing predictive programming.
That he was going to bring this back.
And then
the 99, the death.
Then this part is where it gets creepy. He said, packing out a Toyota like I'm in the league, and it isn't a mosh pit if there's no injuries.
Wow.
Think about that. So he's saying it's not a true mosh pit in the concert if there's no injuries. And look what happens later. I think 3 years after this song came out, he did the Astroworld event and there was injuries.
And look, he mentions Kobe down there.
So we'll get to that. After this, he says, I got him stage diving out the nosebleeds. Stage diving out the nosebleeds. And think about how it's called nosebleeds. Like, it's a reference to injury. Then he says she hit that booger sugar till her nose bleed. So he's admitting this is what he is referencing with the nosebleeds. But yeah, that part always creeped me out. And then he even says she throwing up bees, feel like we both bleed. And yeah, it's just a lot of... Oh yeah, and then right here, the predictive programming that Divine mentioned about Kobe. He said, I'm way too gold for this beef, feel like I'm Kobe. And 3 years later, Kobe fakes his death.
Astronomical.
This right here is astronomical. And then look what he said. I see you picked up all my ways. I feel responsible.
That's
so
crazy.
He's admitting that people mimic what they do.
Mm-hmm.
And he feels responsible for that because he's promoting negativity. And then he says, they trying to say that all my problems are improbable. They keep itching at my spirit. I'm diabolical. You feel me? So he's admitting he's diabolical. I don't understand how they can admit that they're promoting negativity in their songs and people will still
listen to this every day would never even point this out. And you know what's crazy? It's called stargazing. And when you're at like a concert, you know, they call themselves, celebrities call themselves stars.
Yeah.
You're gazing at them.
And he also has this weird music video where he's flying around.
Urgency, if you don't go sit in a corner or something, like you act exactly like Benyu. You haven't denied that you're Benyu. Or whatever your name is. You probably have so many different names.
I'll do more research later to find the exact music video, but there's one, I think it's this one. Yeah, where he's like flying around a room and he looks like a demon in this. Oh, and ASAP Rocky even has a music video where he mocked all of this. Keep in mind, this music video came out after my original video. Let's see if we could find some moments from it. So this is the cover, and he looks really demonic on it. And this whole music video is about how celebrities aren't real people. I think he dies in the music video and then comes back. I can't play it due to copyright, but when I do the Patreon version where I show the clips of the movie, I'm going to show some clips of this music video because, wow, look at this. ASAP Rocky recreates his viral mosh pit meme, and I was just talking about the Travis Scott lyrics, and he talked about a mosh pit. There's so many connections. But yeah, that's the connection because he went viral for a mosh pit meme. I'm sure all of you guys have seen this photo.
Wow, that's crazy.
Somebody said, I don't listen to Travis Scott, but I remember listening to one of his songs a while ago, and the beat made him feel like he was starting to hallucinate. It was weird. Yeah, you have to be careful what you're listening to because it will have an effect on you. I mean, look at how demonic they look in these photos. They don't look like real humans. And I talked about this in my Travis Scott Astroworld video because look at ASAP Rocky's mouth right here. I always notice something strange about the way their faces aren't like normal people. Like no normal person can make this face like this. And it's like with the They Live glasses. If you don't have them on, aka if you're not conscious of what you're looking at, you're gonna see just a regular person. But if you know what I'm talking about, then you can see that they're not human in these photos. Exactly, Mike said he was thinking about how ASAP's mouth doesn't look real, like it's computer generated. Oh yeah, that is a interesting thing. People were entering the Astroworld concert through his mouth. Let me pull that up. So first, if you notice in the music video, in the album cover, it shows people walking into his mouth to get inside. And there's even an arrow pointed at this child on the right. And then if you look at the actual concert, it's the exact same thing, but Travis Scott is a skull. So in order to enter Astroworld, you had to walk through his mouth as if he's consuming your energy. You know, it's symbolic to how they're devouring your soul. If you idolize and worship celebrities, they're basically devouring your soul because you're giving up your identity to be them. That's why whenever we see people in here that have celebrities as their profile pictures or names, you know, we always talk about this because you're getting devoured by the celebrity. Exactly. Somebody said the eyes are the window to the soul. And then they said that the rest of the quote says, "But I shall tell you a secret, the mouth is the gateway to the soul." Wow, that's very symbolic. Andy said, Divine Sade or Conscious X said last week that if you're allowing a celebrity to upset you, you're getting upset with a fake person, and they also helped me pull out of being obsessed. That's good. I'm glad that our videos have pulled you out of being obsessed, because it's not good to be obsessed over a fake person. You know, you shouldn't be obsessed over nobody. You should only focus on yourself and your own growth and evolution. But being obsessed with a celebrity is really bad. Let me know if you guys have any other questions. Make sure you guys drop a like on the stream, by the way. And since Spike Lee is also doing damage control with this movie, I will be dropping a video on Spike Lee very soon on Patreon. So make sure you guys join the Patreon, because Spike Lee has a fake woke character on the world stage. Somebody said, I truly want to know who Lil Jon base character is. So if you join the Patreon, you could request us to do a video on that. You know, we do accept requests sometimes on Patreon, because we like to give you guys videos on Patreon of things that you want. So if you want a video on this, just let me know. You can DM us on Patreon. And this dude is obviously a character. I mean, people dress up as him, which shows that he's a character. Of course, this guy that has a profile picture and name of a celebrity is getting mad, and they said, I still don't see why it's bad to obsess over my favorite celebrity, even though I'm super conscious. Why would you not see what's wrong with it? We just showed you that they promote all this negativity, and you still want to be obsessed. Why would you want to be obsessed with something that isn't even real? Look at how disgusting they look, especially his mouth. Somebody said to look at the back of his throat. It doesn't even look real.
Yeah. It logically doesn't make sense for someone to be obsessing and idolizing over someone else. That is a lack of self, and
it shows that you're actually not conscious.
Yeah. So
someone said that a lot of Jamaican characters as well. I do have a video on a Jamaican musician on Patreon. Because Joe Biden is Ryan Gosling and this Jamaican artist Popcan. join the Patreon so you guys can watch the full video. Exactly, this person said if you were conscious you wouldn't have a favorite celebrity. We appreciate you for your support, but we just have to let you know the truth. You know, we just gotta let you know that it's not good to idolize celebrities. Because he said his favorite celebrity is Hot AF, though, and then he said, dude, I'm not mad. Thanks for your vids. So if you still want to idolize, that's on you. We already told you the truth. Also, I don't know why you find a male celebrity attractive, but that's on you. Somebody said, what kind of power do starseeds have at full potential for them to be doing all this? Divine actually talked about that a lot in her recent video on Patreon today. I recommend you join the Enlightenment tier and watch this video. Starseeds have healing power, which is what she talked about in this, along with many more powers. I mean, I levitated one time when I was younger. If you guys been watching my live streams, you remember when I told that story. Nivik said, I can't message you guys on Patreon. Do I have to upgrade my tier or something? No, you should be able to message us on Patreon regardless of whatever tier you're on. If you can't, just comment on one of the videos and we can message you. A lot of people don't know that you can message us. There's a little envelope button at the top right corner on Patreon where you can message us. And there's also a group chat. So just let us know in the group chat or in the comment and we will message you on Patreon. Also, if you join the Celestial tier, you can schedule a call and talk to us directly. So to anybody that's still confused, just join the Patreon and you can ask us any questions that you like, and we can even explain everything detail by detail. We've helped so many people with our phone calls, and I don't know why there's so many NPCs in the chat right now. It's actually ridiculous. Some of you guys are getting out of hand, so I already know even if I block them, they're still going to come back. That's something about NPCs and trolls. You can do all these tactics to get rid of them, but they will always find a way back. This is why you need to just know your power and know that they don't matter and their opinions don't matter, because they do a lot of reverse psychology to try to get in your head. To the person talking about Future, we already have videos on Future. And the characters that we said are Future look way more like him than the person you just sent. So I'm gonna pull those up. First, let's talk about my video about Future's base character. Just type in Future is a white woman and it pops up. His base character is Meryl Streep. I'm sure all of you guys can see the similarities in this photo. And then Divine has a video on Duke Dennis being one of his younger characters. And Duke Dennis even responded to her video on 2 of his live streams. So go watch this one where he admitted it multiple times. That Isaac Cappy guy is fake. I will be exposing him on Patreon because he's another crisis actor that is a character made to push conspiracy theories on people. And I already know his other character just by looking at this photo, so I'm gonna do a video on him on Patreon because he's a death faker that was made to push these conspiracy theories that aren't real. And notice how you can tell his death was fake and how he was made to be a death faker. He was born on February 17th, kill equals 17 in Gematria. So that should let you know. He was scripted to be fake from the very beginning. Just like every other celebrity. I hate when people think a celebrity is real just because they are acting as if they're exposing the industry. And then the numerology of his birthday is 34. 34 reversed is 43. And murder equals 43. See how old he was. Of course, he was 42. And we talked about the number 42 earlier. Divine has 2 videos about that number on Patreon. Another thing I noticed is his death date is May 13th. The number 13 is associated with bad luck, evil, bad things tend to happen on the 13th. So that's why he faked his death on the 13th. So I want to see if you guys can guess who his other character is. Of course, we blocked this bot in the comments, and he's back under another account. That's funny. Somebody said Future is making music. Future is a woman making music about hurting women. That is true. Someone said, did you make an updated video on NLE Choppa? Yes. I did one about a year or two ago when he responded to my video. It's called NLE Choppa Admits He Is Nelly After Conscious X Exposed Him. Yeah, I made this video 2 years ago. It's a 37-minute updated version of my first video, and I went through all of his characters because he admitted that he was Nelly. He dressed up as him for a music video. He even remixed his song. So they did a lot of damage control. And as you can see, they look exactly alike. Exactly. He does look like Benny Blanco. I noticed that in this photo. That is one of his characters. They made so many characters out of this guy, and I'm gonna expose all of them on Patreon. Someone said Matt Stone. I don't know who that is. But yeah, he does resemble him a bit. I don't know why there's so many troll NPCs in the chat right now. Someone brought up Ashanti and Tracy Morgan. Divine Sade has a video about Ashanti. As you can see, Divine Sade's title of the video is Beyonce and Jay-Z's daughter Blue Ivy is Ashanti, and they look exactly alike in this thumbnail. I don't know why there's so many NPCs right now in the chat. It's crazy. And then the person that brought up, who was it? Tracy Morgan. Me and Divine Sade also have a video about that. Here's Divine's video on the topic. Tracy Morgan is Sukihana. And then in my video, I showed a clip where she's admitting she's a man. Wow, she responded to our videos recently, a month ago. She said, I thought Tracy Morgan was my dad. So of course she's responding to that. They're always doing damage control. And you can tell when something's damage control because why does it pop up next to our videos?
Is this your thumbnail?
Yeah.
Oh, this is crazy. You recently made this?
No, I did this 2 years ago. Yours is more recent.
No, but your thumbnail.
Oh yeah, I changed it recently.
Yeah, because it didn't look like that before. That looks crazy.
Yeah, they look exactly alike right there.
Why is everybody in timeout?
There was so many trolls. It was crazy.
What?
And they're gonna come back on
Big
another
Rummy.
account.
Oh, you know who this is? This is Benu.
Yeah.
You blocked his account that was promoting Juicewrld. Now he's coming on all these other accounts.
I don't know if he has like 5 phones and multiple devices.
That's crazy. Man, so many people got blocked.
I need to use the bathroom real quick.
And you want me to entertain the... Oh, okay.
I'll be back.
Alright, so, we have a video coming out later about Sabrina Carpenter. That's scary that your girlfriend is obsessed. Okay, and hi Andy. So this person said something. They say that 80% of the internet is bots. So bots is also possible rather than being a real person. Yeah, exactly. Most of these people in the chat are bots, and that's why he's had to block so many people. And it's actually more than 80%. I would say it's like 95%. The internet's very lonely. The comment sections are scary because it's like this. These people regurgitate the same thing over and over. Okay, so Joe, I'm guessing that you're also Benu and these other characters. Because you sound crazy. How can me and Conscious X be the exact same? That doesn't make any sense. This is like retard language at this point.
Yo, that's his other account. Because he was saying the same thing under another account.
Anti-Reddit said, I'm currently being asked and they are probably following me into your live. If so, my bad. I have 75% of Reddit on me. What did you do? And why is your name Anti-Reddit? Okay, someone said, who's Benu? Benu is a guy that was in...
the NPC live stream.
Exactly. And he made multiple accounts, and he even revealed that he was a troll in the previous live stream that was on my page. This guy or girl or it is a major stalker with over like 100 YouTube accounts, probably more.
He was mainly trolling under the Benu account in this live stream.
Exactly. I think this really, well, this no think, this is truth. It hurt him to be exposed like this.
Yeah, we put NPCs are mind controlled in the title and thumbnail, and he went crazy and just started trolling.
Yeah, and so now he has an account called Joe Mama, like Yo Mama, and he's literally just a troll. You know, no one takes him serious.
And ironic, the person that's talking about how people online are fake, that's what we talked about in this video, because Mark Zuckerberg admitted that the dead internet theory was real. And you can go watch the live stream to learn more about that. To the guy that said you said solid proof of Isaac, Cappy, and Benny Blanco, resend that because I didn't see it. Someone said, who is Dr. Umar? We will make a separate video on that later.
That'll be on Patreon. Can I message you guys on Patreon? Of course.
Yes. You can join the knowledge tier to message us 5 times. As you can see, when you join the knowledge tier, you get to ask us 5 questions. And if you join the enlightenment tier, you get to ask us 20 questions. And then the celestial tier, you get to ask as many questions as you want, and you can schedule a call.
Oh, are you Bennu? I think Enlightened is Bennu also. They just made their account today. I just want one question. It's free.
No, the knowledge tier is $10, but it's worth it. You get 100 videos for $10.
I already told you who Bennu is. You're Bennu. Okay, you just made your account today. That's suspicious. You get blocked by Conscious X earlier, put in timeout because you don't know how to behave, and now you're on another account. How many accounts do you have? Yes, I know that you're Urgency, but Urgency has been you. The other account, the Middle Eastern, yeah, that's you. At least you're admitting that you're Urgency, and you are showing the same thing. You get put in timeout, now you make a new account. Come on. So Andy said that you both wished me abundance last week. I got abundance of knowledge from you too. I am glad that happened. I'm so happy for you.
Oh, okay. I see what you were saying about Isaac Cappy. I didn't even realize he was on Breaking Bad. And that episode premiered on the 21st birthday of his other character. Let me see what scene that was. He played... I don't remember seeing him in Breaking Bad. So he was at the auto junkyard of the episode 737. Of course, 737, if you add up those numbers, 7 plus 3 plus 7 is 17, and he was born on the 17th. Look at that. He's born on the 17th. Kill equals 17. And then he's on a Breaking Bad episode called 737. 7 plus 3 plus 7 is 17. And the fact that you said this episode aired on the 21st birthday of his other character, and this episode is season 2, episode 1. That's crazy. So apparently he played a prisoner. I'll make a separate video on Patreon going deeper into that character. But as you can see, we already found some shocking connections. But for now, I'll look up the connection that you brought up.
I like what Mike said about Enlightened. He said that you're a jobless freak in your mom's face. Who makes multiple YouTube accounts?
Yeah, that is what that guy is. Because why is he even wasting his time doing that?
So earlier I heard that you asked, why is there so many trolls? They just got off of work and they can sit and project all their anger online.
That is true. Wow, this episode premiered on March 8th, 38. Do you guys see what's going on here? Death equals 38 in Gematria. And this character, Isaac Cappy, his only scene is on this episode that premiered on March 8th. And of course, like the person in the chat said, Benny Blanco's birthday is on March 8th, which is his other character. So that's a good connection. I'll mention that in my video. And he has more characters, so I'll mention those in the video also. Wow, you said it's one day after Bryan Cranston's birthday. Wow, that's true. His birthday is March 7th. This is all scripted. See, this is how you know that Isaac Cappy was created to be a death faker. The episode he premiered in of this show was released on March 8th, 3/8/38. This is why it's important to know when stuff is scripted. And they're most likely going to kill Bryan Cranston soon also, because this whole show, he's the main character, and this whole show is connected to death. Another thing I noticed about Isaac Cappy connection is his other character's name is Benny, and there was a Benny in Breaking Bad. As you can see, this character's name is Benny from Breaking Bad. So, of course, they have a character with the same name as Isaac Cappy's other character. And it's funny that he pops up right here. Yes, ASAP Rocky is also that Death Faker rapper that you just mentioned. I was going to add that in here, but I'm going to do a separate video on that. But I did mention that in my original video on ASAP Rocky. Wow, you said, damn, that is a good connection. His name is Walter White, and White in Spanish is Blanco. And Isaac Cappy's other character name is Benny Blanco. So that enlightened guy said he said he's an AI generated person. Someone said, "What's your thoughts on the highest to lowest movie? Did you enjoy it?" No, that is a terrible movie. Do not watch that movie. It was so poorly written. The acting was bad. It was just really bad. ASAP Rocky had a very stereotypical character. The reason why the movie sucked is because it wasn't made to be a good movie. It was made to be damage control to my video. So they didn't care about the movie. It wasn't about the movie. It was about mocking that Denzel Washington and ASAP Rocky are the same. So that's why they only, if you notice, the entire movie is filler until you get to the end where they're showing ASAP Rocky and Denzel Washington together. And there's only a few scenes where they're actually in the same scene together. And it's only when they're fighting. Every other scene, they're on opposite sides of a window. And they keep showing them on separate scenes. And they're doing that to show their alter egos of each other. ASAP Rocky is basically Denzel Washington's alter ego. That's why in the movie Training Day, he plays this very chaotic, ruthless character, which is similar to ASAP Rocky. It's like what we said in the last live stream on Divine Sade's channel. Denzel Washington's character in Training Day was the inspiration for ASAP Rocky. And in Divine Sade's recent live stream, we talked about how Eddie Murphy's characters, where he's dressing up like a woman, was the inspiration of Lil Nas X's character. So they do that a lot with actors. Somebody said that they remember a clip of when Cardi B froze on the red carpet and her handler's sister had to snap out of it. See, they do these things on purpose so that people can make conspiracies and all this stuff. And they're showing you that they're not real people. You know, they're controlled. But when they show you these things, like with Katy Perry's eye twitch, or eye malfunction as they call it, this was purposely done to mock you that they're not real people. The incident is fake, you know, she's not actually malfunctioning. It was scripted for her to do this. And they scripted that to mock people that they're not real. They do that stuff on purpose, so don't fall for the bait. Somebody said look up David Rothschild's photo. I don't know what photo you're referring to. but this guy is a character. Someone brought up LL Cool J. I exposed LL Cool J in my recent YouTube video. LL Cool J is Phantom and Orlando Brown and Trippie Redd. Exactly. I like how this person said, Conscious X, why do people hate you and Divine Sade's videos? Because you guys didn't do anything wrong. These are NPCs that are either being controlled or they were sent to do damage control in our chat. You know, these people are always coming to our live stream chat, our comments on YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook. They come and they try to change the narrative of what we're talking about. So don't listen to these people. They're infiltrators. And we talk about this all the time on Patreon. And like Divine Sade's video from last month, you know, you shouldn't let NPCs stop your ascension. NPCs will always flock where there's truth and where there's real people, aka starseeds, and they will try to bring you down. So if you have people trying to bring you down, that clearly means that you're up and that they're down. Somebody said they think they never die, they just come back as different celebrities. Yes, we talk about that all the time. That's why Denzel Washington's base character is from the 1800s, and they just keep recycling that same image over and over. Exactly. I like how Seabass said if those glitches of the celebrities were real, they would cut the camera and censor it from the internet. Exactly. They're not real glitches. They do that stuff on purpose. That's why they want you to see that video of Katy Perry eye twitching or Cardi B freezing or Al Roker freezing. They do that stuff on purpose, so don't be naive to it. And they mock you because with Katy Perry, she's doing one eye symbolism the entire time. And she's even doing this hand symbolism. She's doing the horns right in your face and the one eye symbolism. Yeah, Wendy Williams dressed as the Statue of Liberty and she fainted on live TV. Yeah, that was clearly fake. Like the way she just stopped and then fell to the ground, it was so fake. Let me pull that one up because I see that one all the time. They even made it a meme because of how obviously fake it was. Look at how fake this was. To that guy that keeps telling me to talk about the J people, I already told you. Watch Divine Sade's recent video on the knowledge tier. This proves everything you need to know about the J people. They are frauds. Because if the guy that was behind their torture, quote unquote, is fake, that should let you know that the whole situation is fake. And people are asking who is Wendy Williams. Divine Sade has 2 videos on her, so I'll pull that up. One of her characters is Arsenio Hall. I believe that's how you pronounce it. And then she's also Tori Spelling. As you can see, Divine showed this in her video. So she has a male character and a white character. And she made an updated video called Wendy Williams is a Creature because they ended up doing damage control to her video. They gave her some weird disease after her video and they hinted at her faking her death, so I wouldn't be surprised if that happens. And notice how she looks white now, just like her other character. Somebody said, remember when all the celebrities faked getting Bell's palsy and Parkinson's, which I think are just made up names. Yeah. I talked about that in my Justin Bieber video on my second channel. I show these clips with his fake disease. Somebody said, what is damage control? Serious question. So the best example of damage control is what they did with these 2 characters. I exposed these 2 characters 3 years ago, and 3 years later, they come out with a movie together called Highest to Lowest, and they even call each other twin, and he even calls him his father. You know, they mocked it so much, and that's damage control. Whenever they come in after our video and change the narrative of what we're exposing, they do this all the time. Sunshine, that mag guy is fake. He's actually an invert also. He has been exposed for being an invert because he's a character. So stop falling for these fake woke channels, because there's a lot of fake content creators out there, like we talked about with this guy. So yeah, don't fall for these people. That mad guy is a character, and he's even made a video on me doing damage control. He was doing damage control to my... which video was it? Let me pull it up. It was this video. He made a video trying to discredit my Bobby Shmurda admits he is Biggie Smalls video. And in this video, I showed how Bobby Shmurda met up with Biggie's son. And so that's why I titled it Bobby Shmurda Admits He's Biggie, because after I exposed him, look at this, he's even wearing Biggie's chain. So that's why I titled it that way, and he got mad and made a video about me. So that guy's fake. See, he linked up with Biggie's son, CJ Wallace, right after my video. So whenever a YouTuber like that who's supposedly exposing things gets mad at our content, it shows that they're fake and they don't want us to go deeper. So that's why they make videos about us, to try to discredit what we're saying, because if you know that celebrities are fake, you will realize that they're a fake celebrity also. And he is. Exactly. Bobby Shmurda and Biggie are both from New York, and they have the same initials, which are BS. Bobby Shmurda, Biggie Smalls. It's in plain sight. And then Bobby has the double B, Biggie has the double G. Somebody said, is Playboy Max an industry plant? I get that they all have a larger audience and it's easy to manipulate them. Make them think you're just spilling nonsense. Yeah, he's fake. I have a video about him from a couple months ago called Playboy Max is not a real person. He's this soccer player named Justin Yinma, and many other characters also. We will make a part 2 to this video because we found his base character as well. And another YouTuber character also. Somebody said, Conscious X, how come so many of these so-called truth channels, they start out sounding so friendly and helpful, then they turn so arrogant and talk down to their audience? Yeah, they do that. Like I said with that TikToker guy. Let me pull that up again. In this live stream, I exposed that TikToker guy, and he does that. He talks down on his audience. He tells them to shut up. You know, they speak down on their audience because they're not here to help you. They want to bring you to a lower vibration. Someone said they seen that the famous athletes are GMO people. Yeah, I exposed 2 athletes in this live stream already. One of them being Didier Drogba, the soccer player, and the other one is Chad Johnson, aka Chad OchoCinco. He was a football player. Him and Shannon Sharp now have a podcast together, and they're both characters. And they have done so much damage control. I still have another video to make about Shannon Sharp, because after I made this video, they really tried to hide my video. It used to pop up. Wow, they are really hiding my video on this. I had to type in the full title to even get my video to pop up. But as you can see, I exposed Shannon Sharp also. And he's done so much damage control ever since I made this video. Somebody said, where's Shakespeare? Divine Sade actually has a video on Shakespeare. Some of these videos they really try to hide, like this one, but you can still find it. As you can see, Jack Harlow is based off of Shakespeare. And it's funny because Shakespeare has that quote about how everybody is just characters on the world stage. Yeah, that flat earther guy is also fake. I will be exposing that guy in my next video on Patreon. Somebody said Drake isn't a real person. Drake is an entire group project represented by one person called Drake. Yeah, all of them are like that. I have a short version of Drake on my YouTube channel, but I recommend watching the Patreon version because I exposed like 20 of his characters in that video. There's 2 parts. This one is part 1 and this one is part 2 where I exposed his Immortal characters also. Let me know if you guys have any other questions. That's funny. Somebody said Jack Harlow needs to write more like Shakespeare. I mean, it is still ironic though that he's a rapper and rappers have to write lyrics and his other character is a writer. I'm curious if Jack Harlow even writes his own lyrics. If he does, then that's a connection. Yes, of course. Jack Harlow writes his own songs and was named Songwriter of the Year for the 3rd year in a row in 2023. So 3 years in a row he was named the Songwriter of the Year because his other character is a writer. So of course, this gave him recognition and it highlights contributions to the songwriting community. And then they said his process often involves writing to the beat as it plays, and he frequently lays down many songs in a single take. So they're mocking that his other character is a writer. Because William Shakespeare was a poet and an English writer. Of course, he was born in April and died in April. Funny how they don't have his exact birthday on here. They just know he was born in April. And of course, Jack Harlow was born in March, 1 month before April. So, and what I find ironic about this is Shakespeare has a quote that they always use. One of his most famous quotes is about the world stage. His most famous quote is, "All the world's a stage, and all the men and women are merely players. They have their exits and their entrances, and one man in his time plays many parts, his acts being 7 ages." So he's admitting they have many parts, aka many characters. Think about it. They made Booker T. Washington in the 1800s, and then they made Julius Erving, then they made Dennis Haysbert, then they made Denzel Washington, then Chad OchoCinco, and then Drogba, then Travis Scott. See how they just keep making more and more. And then last but not least, John Boyega. So this whole stream I showed, they make a huge amount of characters off of one character. And that's what his quote is about. Okay, so someone said, "I wish you could just briefly elaborate on your levitation story because I've watched all of your live streams while you were live and I don't remember that." So I talked about it in one of my old live streams. I'm not sure if it's still up because we removed some of our old live streams, but it was from like a live stream from like a year or two ago. And basically the story was, I was around like 7 years old and I was playing soccer in the backyard and my brother passed me the ball, but he kicked it a little too hard so it went in the air, and I jumped to control the ball with my foot, and as I did that I was levitating in the air at jumping distance, and the ball was levitating next to my foot, and my brother was just looking up at me and he was like, "Bro, how are you doing this?" And I looked down because I didn't even realize what I was doing. It's like, since I was so young, it was my subconscious utilizing these powers without me even knowing it. And so I was floating with the ball near my foot, and he said, "How are you doing this?" And then that made me realize what I was doing, and so I looked down and then I fell to the ground with the ball. So it's a crazy story. And I remember my brother even said, I'm glad my brother was there because he is a witness to this, so I'm not the only one that's seen this. But as always, my dad is such a bot. So when we told him this, he thought we were joking, and he didn't want to believe it. And I kept telling him my brother was there. Why would he lie about this? But that shows that bots, they don't believe something unless they see it. And even when they see it, like with our content, they still won't believe it. So you just have to be at a higher consciousness to even understand that this stuff is possible. And they showed you in the Matrix, they showed that kid that bent the spoon. They even showed Neo learning how to fly. Stuff like this is real. But we're so distracted every day that we don't work on this stuff actively. And I find it interesting that it was a boy in this scene. He was young, because when you're young, you're not so distracted. And you're not so programmed. Your conscious mind isn't super programmed, so you can do these things subconsciously. And now that we're older, we have to tap into that. But the problem is, there's so many things in place to keep us distracted, like money, cars, clothes, houses. All of these things are big toys for adults to keep them distracted. Exactly. Somebody said we have more power than we think. And that's what Divine Sade's recent video is about, ironically. So I recommend you guys watch that video, because she went in detail and even showed examples like the Michael Jackson Billie Jean music video, which was an analogy to how star seeds have the magic touch. Someone said the Matrix has a lot of truth in it, but it's promoted in a way that's highly satanic. Yeah, they did it in such a sci-fi way, so it's not directly the truth. Every movie they put out is always an analogy, and it's meant to be seen as a metaphor, not literal. Exactly like the Truman Show, it's just an analogy, because people around you aren't actors. It's just that the Truman Show is an analogy to NPCs and how they're controlled, and how there is some infiltrators around you. But you see how they go to an extreme and make it that every single person around him is an infiltrator, and that's not the case. Infiltrators are in a smaller percentage than NPCs. NPCs are the huge percentage. Exactly, and these movies are truth mixed with lies. So this is why you shouldn't watch these movies in a literal sense. We explain it in the literal sense that it is, while these movies don't. Somebody said, is Corey Holcomb one of them? I don't know who that is, but let's look him up. Who are you referring to about Corey? He does look familiar. Someone said the Oracle in that scene is played by the wife of Clarence Williams. And of course, the film stars Lawrence Fishburne. Clarence Williams. That's funny because Clarence Williams looks like Lawrence Fishburne. I actually thought this was Morpheus, you know what I'm saying? I guess that's his other character also. Yeah, that's definitely his other character. And that's funny because his wife played Oracle in the movie. In this photo right here, you can really see that he's Lawrence Fishburne. You said, I feel like Divine Sade said Clarence Williams is Lawrence Fishburne and Samuel L. Jackson. I'm not sure if she brought that up, but...
What was that?
So, the Oracle's character is played by Clarence Williams III and his wife. And if you look at this photo, he looks exactly like Morpheus, who's played by Lawrence Fishburne.
What was this?
This is the Oracle, and this is her husband, and he looks like
I was like, that's weird.
Morpheus.
He's in that movie. We tried to watch it. What was it called?
Which one?
Dead in a... What was it called?
Let me see. I could look through his movies. Oh, yeah, I know who this guy is.
Oh, Tales from the Hood. I said Dead in the Hood. Sorry. Yeah, we said that when we were watching that movie. We said that they were the same. He just has this obnoxious gap tooth.
Yeah, that's crazy.
All right, you let him back.
Who?
He said, and he's calling me Shade is alive. Okay.
He keeps coming back.
You're so obsessed. It's crazy.
This dude looks identical to Lawrence Fishburne. It's crazy.
Oh, yeah, this is a joke. And I think he's older.
Yeah, and they are Samuel L. Jackson also. I know you made a video about, I think Keke Palmer. Did you mention?
Oh, yeah, I mentioned how, that's weird to say, but yeah, Lawrence Fishburne is Keke Palmer.
Yeah.
They're the same. Go watch that video.
What is the name of that video?
It doesn't have her name in it. It's just Angela Bassett. I gotta redo the video. They've done so much damage control afterwards. No, it doesn't have that in the title. You're not gonna find what you're looking for.
Yeah, it's right here.
Oh, yeah. It's just they matched up amazingly on the thumbnail. So I was like, gotta put this.
Yeah, they're all the same.
And then they mocked this one so much. See, this was right after the video. I have a damage control video about this because this was right after my video. So there's another video after this one that's in response to that.
See how they always do damage control to our videos and it pops up right under or over?
There was so much damage control done. Even though they've admitted this one themselves.
They just like to control the narrative and make it a joke.
How is there 73 people in here?
He said, look up Clarence Williams' first movie and then Samuel Jackson nicknames.
And there's only like 1, 2, 3.
Can you hand me the charger?
4, 5. Like 5 of the same people. 6 of them that are comedy. Clarence sounds like Lawrence.
Yeah, that is true.
entertain him.
So his nicknames are King of Cool, Sam, and Mr. Cool. Wow, he was even in Purple Rain.
Yeah, he plays Prince's dad, I think. Oh, of course, he's a death faker. No one cared that he died.
Yeah, he died in 2021. Of course, at 81, 8 plus 1 is 9.
Ben Yu, aka Urgency. It seems like you're gonna be up all night tonight, huh? Just.
Let's see if they've mocked that he's Lawrence Fishburne before. Pretty sure they have. They always do this.
Oh, they're in a film together.
Wow.
Deep cover.
Of course.
And like they have a different character, so it's like
they're undercover.
Yeah.
And then they're also in Hoodlum, and they're known for having a lot of movies in the hood.
What is it with this hood? Why they want to use the word hood so much? He has Tales from the Hood, and then they're in Hoodlum.
And wasn't he in it Boys in the Hood or something?
Oh yeah, that's an even crazier connection. Yeah, it's funny he played a funeral director in that movie. Someone brought that up.
Oh yeah.
And it's kind of similar to Morpheus' character in The Matrix trying to wake Neo up, and he's trying to like wake these guys up.
That is true.
To the fact that they're
Damn,
dead,
that is true.
You know.
I didn't even think about that. But yeah, all these characters are the same.
Is his first movie called Major Connections? Like, what is the name of the first movie? Because it didn't pop up in order.
And of course, they have this photo together, and they look alike.
They do these slight details to throw people off. Like, they made Samuel L. Jackson's nose smaller than his.
He's a little taller.
Exactly, then he has a gap tooth.
Yeah. His gap is worse than Samuel's. But yeah, we're going to make a separate video on this because they have more characters. They got a rapper character and a football player character now. Wow, they even say that Samuel L. Jackson was once mistaken for Clarence Williams III.
That's crazy.
And then the most common and widely known case of mistaken identity involves Samuel L. Jackson being confused with Lawrence Fishburne.
Oh, so they're all the same.
Yeah, all three are the same.
Okay, so L for Lawrence. Clarence,
oh, yeah.
Lawrence. L. You know, it's crazy.
But yeah, they're all the same. They look exactly alike right here. And it says Lawrence turned down Samuel L. Jackson's Pulp Fiction role. So they couldn't get Lawrence to do it, so they got his other character to do it.
I mean, he's goofier. Alright. Do you see what he's saying?
Yeah, he keeps saying to look up his first movie. It's not popping up. You're gonna have to tell me.
Oh no, I was talking about Urgency.
Oh.
He's saying some crazy stuff right now. Why don't you say what the name of the first movie is? That's what I don't understand.
Judging by all the ones I could find, it looks like Purple Rain seems to be the oldest. Oh no, oh, I see what you're saying. Finally found it. Google does not show you when you look it up. So his first movie is called The Cool World. So he played a guy in the movie The Cool World in 1963. I assume that's his first movie. And Samuel L. Jackson's nicknames are King of Cool and Mr. Cool.
It's crazy.
So that's the connection.
Riddles. 1963. They did a lot during that year.
Has a partial 9.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to everybody that's still in here. Let us know if you have any other questions. Someone said, can you pull up the birthday of Kenny McCormick? I don't know who that is, but let's see. Oh, you're talking about Kenny from South Park. Oh, I see what you're saying. His birthday on the show is March 22nd, which is the Skull and Bones number 322. And yeah, he wears the orange jacket. And orange equals 33 in Gematria, and Masonry is 33. It makes sense why he dies in every episode, because his birthday is connected to the Skull and Bones, which is death. As you can see, their logo is literally death. And it has the 322. And Kenny's born on 322. Seabass said, what's funny is Samuel L. Jackson, along with Paris Hilton and many others, were characters in spoof movies, Truth in Plain Sight, telling us they're just characters. Yeah, they do that on purpose. That's true. Kenny's character is immortal in the show because every time he dies, he ends up coming back. Someone brought up Genesis 3:22. Yeah, they use that number a lot, so I already know this verse is going to be very encoded. Genesis 3:22 is a verse following the first sin where God remarks, the man has now become like one of us, knowing good and evil, and declares he must not be allowed to reach out his hand and take also from the tree of life and eat and live forever. So it's a threat to immortality. I see what you're saying. They reference immortality in Genesis 3:22. And then Kenny is an immortal character in South Park, and he's born on 3/22. So I like to look at some of the older versions. So this one says, the man has now become like one of us, knowing good and evil. He must not be allowed to reach out his hand and take from the tree of life and eat and live forever. The Bible is very scripted, like it's all based upon numerology. I exposed that in my religion video on Patreon. And I talked about this entire story because it was just very symbolic. Lord God said, the man. What I find interesting about this is that the God character in the Bible says the man has become as one of us, knowing good and evil. And it's referencing how, because this verse is 322, right, which is Skull and Bones, secret society. This secret society that runs the world doesn't want you to know the truth. And that secret society represents the God character in the Bible. Because the God character in the Bible doesn't want man, aka humans, to become like them, knowing good and evil. You know, knowing the knowledge. That's why in this version, notice how they said he must not be allowed to reach out his hand and take also from the tree of life and live forever. So what people need to realize, the living forever is not literal. Like, it's not immortality. The immortality is an analogy, because when you know the truth, you can live freely on your own and you won't be attached to the system. So this is why we make these videos, because knowing the truth will keep you detached from the system, and they don't want that. So that's basically what this verse is about. Because not living forever is a reference to being under their control. And the living forever is a reference to being free from their control. And that's why knowing all of this stuff being staged and scripted and fake is important, because you will, like the verse says, know the truth about good and evil and live forever. So it's all symbolic. And it's also symbolic to how they keep creating characters forever. You know, this character is very old. So let me pull up the religion video I have, because I went more in detail in that video. I recommend you guys watch it on Patreon. It's an hour long, but I showed so much proof that the Bible is not meant to be taken literal. And I talked about how the God character in the Bible represents the secret society that the entire world is under. Somebody said, how do they create the character and fake the pregnancies for the already famous ones? So you need to join the Patreon to watch these videos where we explained it better and we showed proof that they've mocked. So this is part 1 on Patreon about how celebrities are created. Divine Sade showed how they're created like sim characters. They're given traits, heights. You know, you can get their facial features. You know, you can do everything based upon another character. And that's what they're doing. And then in part 2, we showed more of the technology that they use, which is this one. They script out the character on the computer and they pull from whatever character they want the image to look like, and they mix it all together to create a coding, and then they create the character. So that explains how the celebrities are made. Go watch these 2 videos on Patreon to see the details of the technology, because this one really shows, and the other one too with the Sims, because Sims is a direct representation of our reality. That's why it's called Sims, for simulation. It's a simulated version of our simulation. And to explain the fake pregnancies, all you have to do is remember Beyonce's fake pregnancy that they mocked. As you can see, her belly inflates, which shows it's not a real pregnancy. Let me get a better close-up. See how it's like a fake baby bump? As she bends down, it inflates. A real stomach doesn't do that when somebody's pregnant. Exactly, someone said that belly folded like a lawn chair. Yes, Taylor Swift is Zena LaVey. Me and Divine Sade have videos about that. So mine is called Andrew Tate Admits Taylor Swift is Zena LaVey. And in this video I showed how Andrew Tate and Taylor Swift are connected, because Andrew Tate base character is Anton LaVey, and then Andrew Tate has a video reacting to a clip of Taylor Swift being compared to Zena LaVey, and Zena LaVey is Anton LaVey's daughter. So this is why Andrew Tate is always talking about Taylor Swift, because that's his base character's daughter. So just watch this video to see all of the connections. And Divine has another video exposing her other characters. Divine has this video about how Taylor Swift is Napoleon Dynamite and Zena LaVey, along with many more characters as well. We're going to do a separate live stream exposing Taylor Swift and all her characters and Travis Kelce and his characters, because they've been doing a huge distraction in the media recently. Someone said, do I have proof of these people being characters? Of course, I have so many videos where they've admitted their characters. I mean, this is all the proof you need right here. Because knowing that they're based off of this super old character is like the final layer that you need to know. You know, people always want to know how deep it goes. This is as deep as it goes. Once you realize this is how they're made and they're constantly recycling this, that's all the proof you need. Because that proves that they're made. You know, when you expose two characters that are alive, it still shows that they're fake, but people don't fully understand how deep it goes. This is why they don't really mock when it's an Immortal character. Have you noticed they've mocked ASAP Rocky and OchoCinco, and they've mocked Denzel Washington and ASAP Rocky, but they have not mocked Denzel Washington and Booker T. Washington. They don't really talk about these older characters because this is what they don't want you to know. They want you to think, oh, they're just wearing a mask, or they're clones. They want to throw you everywhere else, but they don't want to talk about this. You ever notice, why don't they make memes about this? They've even made memes about the AllState guy and Denzel Washington because they're the same age, you know, so those are easier to admit. But once you got to start showing how they're older characters, that's when they don't want to talk about it. So the person that brought up 50 Cent, I have a video about him. Let's see if they hit it from the search. Of course they did. They have my short version of it right there, but they always hide these whenever they don't want you to know. So 50 Cent is Chameleonaire. I made a video about this 3 years ago and they really try to hide this video. Urgency is just trolling. He said, what's the main thing here? I still don't get it. I just explained it. So they're not clones. What's a character? A character... Let me pull this up. So I'm going to make this as simple as possible. And after this, I'm not answering any more questions that this troll has towards this. So I'm going to simplify everything. The base template that they are showing us is Booker T. Washington, right? He was created and his template has been used countless times. When they created him in a lab, which is how they create all these characters, they gave him these facial features, right? Which are based off of an older character, but they are limiting what they show us online, so you'll never find out how old they actually are. They do admit some of them, like with Michael Jackson. I showed how he has a super old character from ancient Egypt, and they go even further than that. But the internet is gatekept, and they're not going to show you all of their characters because it goes for thousands, if not millions of years. So to simplify this, Booker T. Washington is the base character. Then they made Julius Erving based off of Booker T. Washington. Then they made Dennis Haysbert based off of Booker T. Washington. Then they made Denzel Washington. So that's what they do. They copy the image and create a new character with the same image, but they tweak a few little details, and boom, you have a new character. So that's all they're doing. There should be no confusion anymore. That's the simplest way to explain this. And ever since they made Denzel Washington, they ended up making OchoCinco based off of him. Then Drogba based off of him. And then they made ASAP Rocky. And then Travis Scott. And to explain the mixing thing, when they made Travis Scott, they mixed Travis Scott with ASAP Rocky and Coolio. So that's what they do with the mixed ones. Some are more mixed than others. You know, Travis Scott is obviously way more mixed than ASAP Rocky. ASAP Rocky's characters are pretty straightforward. Same thing with Denzel Washington. I noticed as they are creating more celebrities nowadays, they have to mix them more. I noticed the new celebrities are super mixed. You know, all the new rappers and stuff like that, they have been mixing them more than usual because they're making too many characters. So they run out of ideas. Nothing is creative with them. It's all recycled. It's just mashups of old things that they've already done. Someone said, can you please talk about insects and rodents deployed on you by gang stalkers, because I faced that problem lately when talking about this stuff. So they're not deployed by these people. But what is happening, which they did make a reference to this in Breaking Bad. Let me pull that up. So if you guys watched Breaking Bad, you remember there was a fly episode, and the show was basically, they were hinting at the fact that Gus, which was the main character's boss, you know, Walter White's boss was Gus, and he used a fly, a fake artificial fly, to stalk them. He placed it in the lab and was watching them, and then Walt noticed and tried to kill it, and him and Jesse failed at trying to kill it, and so it ended up following Walt home, and he saw it at his light in his house. So this whole episode is a reference to how they do have artificial bugs. You know what I'm saying? And people often point out that roaches are artificial, which is true. Because I do find it weird how they can survive nukes and stuff like that. Let me see if they still say that. See how they're changing it now? They used to say that cockroaches can survive nukes. And look at how they contradict. The AI says no, roaches cannot survive nukes. But then the old answer, before AI used to exist on Google, says that they do. So basically, okay, I understand what it's saying, that the radiation that is put off from the bomb is enough to kill a human but not a roach. But the heat itself from the nuke will kill the roaches, but that's only the ones that are close by. But it's saying that the radiation doesn't kill them. So that is very suspicious to me. And that shows that there is some bugs that are artificial. And that doesn't mean that all bugs are fake. You know, you shouldn't be scared of them, but they have hinted at this, you know, like this Breaking Bad episode. Someone said, do you suppose they hack into insects and animals to control them like they do to people? It's really obvious they control them, especially the way they come after me. Yeah, there has been times where like bugs have came after me or animals. I remember there was a dog that followed me one time. And some of them are just real and they gravitate towards you because they know what you are, but some of them are sent. And you shouldn't be scared of it. Just know that, because people get scared when they find out that they're being watched or whatever. But you shouldn't be scared of anybody watching you, because if they're watching you, then that means you have something special that they don't. So you should find it as a compliment rather than being in fear. And that's what, you know, these GSing channels don't talk about. They want people to be in fear about it. Because once you're in fear, it will block your power.
That's interesting what you just said. How if you're in fear, it blocks your power. And I wanted to add to that. If you're in fear, then you're giving them power. So you're giving power back to the ones that are focusing on you in the first place. So that's deep.
That's true. That's why I like your video title called "Don't Let NPCs Stop Your Ascension." Because just because they're watching you or attacking you, you shouldn't let them stop you from what you're doing. And the Jesus thumbnail is funny because when Jesus got arrested, he didn't fight back. He didn't do nothing.
He just let the bot do what the bot was going to do. You can't be surprised by what a bot is going to do. It's in their nature to do the things that they're going to do. They really want to trigger you.
Yeah.
And so you have to remain being unbothered by them. Be selective of what you decide to engage with.
That's why you shouldn't listen to their music too much or be on social media all the time, because they use the algorithms to target you. Me and Divine are always noticing that the algorithms will put something that we talked about or something we thought about. The content on social media is made for you. That's why TikTok has the For You section. And the Jesus story is very relatable to Starseeds because he represents Starseeds and how we get attacked for speaking the truth. Everywhere he went, they were talking bad about him, trying to arrest him, just for speaking the truth. And I'm not saying that what he was saying in the Bible is true, but his character is an analogy to starseeds. So that's why you don't take the Bible literal.
Agreed.
So let me know if you guys have any other questions before we end the stream. I'll answer a few more before we go. That's funny. Someone said, who took the photo of the first camera if it was still under construction? I noticed that every time they show a photo of the first camera, they show a photo of the first camera, but it's weird because how could you take a photo if it's the first camera? That shows that they been had all this technology. They just decide when they want to present it on the world stage. That Donald guy is fake. I mean, his name is literally the same as the president, so that guy's fake. He's a character, and I could expose him on Patreon. So someone said, that's a good perspective, that it's a compliment to me, but don't you say these stalkers are evil? Just because they're evil doesn't mean that you should be scared of them. They have no energy, so they try to get your energy. This is why whenever NPCs are depicted, it's always this gray, dull, and they all look similar. They have no creativity, no energy, nothing. That's why the default NPC meme shows the same thing. And they want to turn you into them. Somebody said the WEF gave a presentation saying that someday soon in your workplace, your boss will have access to your brain waves to make sure you're being a good employee. That's crazy. Someone said, how wrong is it to consciously hook up with an attractive NPC? I mean, Divine talked about that in her recent video about how you shouldn't touch them, you shouldn't kiss them, you shouldn't get intimate with them because they're just going to drain your energy. You can do whatever you want, but at the end of the day, if you're a starseed and you date a NPC or you do intimate things with the NPC, they're gaining something while you're not. People don't realize that when you get in bed with somebody, you're exchanging energy. So why would you want to exchange your energy with a bot? You're just going to be more of a bot. And they're going to steal your energy to power themselves up. That's why there's a lot of energy vampires that look for starseeds and try to get in bed with them so they can drain their energy. Energy vampires are a very common thing. And most NPCs are energy vampires. An energy vampire is a term for a person who consistently drains others' mental and emotional energy, leaving them feeling exhausted and depleted. They often exhibit behaviors like playing the victim, creating constant drama, avoiding accountability, demanding attention, and manipulating others to serve their own needs without giving anything in return. Recognizing these patterns and setting healthy boundaries are key to protecting your emotional well-being from these individuals. That's true. And they even give signs of an energy vampire. They have a victim mentality, which is true. They frequently portray themselves as victims, using self-pity to gain sympathy and support. Drama and chaos. Their lives are often filled with ongoing conflict and crises, which they magnify to draw others into their problems. So if you ever meet an NPC and they're always playing the victim role and acting like bad things are always happening to them and they have so much chaos in their life, that's a sign of an energy vampire. Then it says they lack accountability. They avoid taking responsibility for their actions, often shifting blame to others. So they'll never apologize genuinely. They avoid apologies like the plague. And I notice when they do apologize, it's always rushed and fake. And then it says they're attention seeking, so they dominate conversations, demand attention, and may use charm or manipulation to maintain focus on themselves. Anyone that's an attention seeker so bad is an energy vampire, because attention is a form of energy. Then it says they also are emotional contagion, which means they can induce guilt, stress, and negativity in others, leaving them feeling drained or down. So if anybody pushes guilt, stress, or negativity to you, that's a sign of an energy vampire. And this is one that I've always noticed. It's a one-sided relationship with them. They seek your empathy, support, and care, but rarely offer the same to you. I noticed most of my friends before I was conscious were like this. And I bet if you guys reflect on your own life, if you're a starseed, you can probably count on one hand of relationships that aren't one-sided. It's very rare to have a relationship or a friendship with somebody that's not one-sided. And this is how they affect you. Emotional exhaustion. You feel emotionally, mentally, and even physically tired after interacting with them. So that's a huge sign that you should stay away from somebody if they make you feel tired. Always pay attention to how you feel after speaking to these people. This is why starseeds should have boundaries with everybody, because you can't trust the majority of people. And you will know when somebody's not an energy vampire because they will support you and balance out the energy you're giving them. They'll give you the same amount back. Then it says they affect you with increased anxiety. You may feel nervous or anxious before seeing them. They will lower your mood. Spending time with them can trigger feelings of sadness or inadequacy. And this is why I was showing that XXX Tentacion's song is called Sad. He's triggering feelings of sadness. So that shows that celebrities are energy vampires. Because why did he have to trigger sadness rather than joy? Then it says how to deal with energy vampires, set boundaries. So you establish clear limits on how much time and energy you will give them, and don't be afraid to say no. So this is why we know there's energy vampires in the chat. You know, there's a lot of narcissistic NPCs that demand attention in our chat, and we know to limit how much time and energy we give them, because when you give them too much energy, they will feed off of that. And when you know what they are, you can calculatingly decide how much time and energy you want to give them, and you won't get your energy drained. This is why after a while, when there's an NPC in the chat that's just constantly trying to get attention or create chaos, you know, we block them. And of course they always come back, just like in real life. So you have to set boundaries. And I like how it says, don't be afraid to say no. A lot of people will have an energy vampire in their family or something. Like, let's just say you move out of your mom's house, for an example, and she is an energy vampire. She will try to get you back to visit all the time or call all the time. Stuff like that is a sign of an energy vampire. And you have to know how to say no. A lot of people get scared and don't know how to say no, so they give into it. So energy vampires can be your parents, your friends, your relationships, your siblings. They're everywhere, and they're the majority. Then it says to adjust expectations. Understand that you cannot change their behavior, so manage your own expectations and emotional investment.
That goes back to the thumbnail with the Jesus character. He just assumed the position and
that's true.
Let this bot do what this bot's gonna do. Because all you can do is control yourself. And I've seen Sunshine said that her friend repeats the same stuff over and over. Yeah, they have generic sayings. They're always repeating the same thing.
Yep. And ironically, there's an energy vampire in the chat right now. So this is live. How we can show you right now how we deal with this guy, so you can know how to deal with energy vampires in your own life. See how he keeps demanding attention and drama.
Exactly.
Chaos.
So even when you ignore them, they continue.
Yep.
And so this is when you have to learn how to be selective of your engagement with them.
All they can say is insults. He just keeps saying insults.
I haven't even read all this stuff.
So what you do is you block them.
He's going to go on another page. He's saying that he's made in the lab. He's saying that he's artificial intelligence.
He said he was AI generated.
Exactly. And yes, he's blocked. He's gone right now.
And he'll come back.
He's going to come back. Because you have to understand obsession. They are obsessed.
He can't just sit here and watch. He needs to comment, demand attention, energy, chaos. Why doesn't he say nothing positive?
Exactly. He is the chaos of life.
Yep.
And that's what they're all like. They're the chaos of the entire situation.
And you have to know that. This is why we entertain him a little bit, but not too much.
And it's in a format of humiliating him.
Yeah. Whenever you do entertain an energy vampire or a narc NPC, they're all the same thing. You should only laugh at them and humiliate them. That's how you will get them drained and you won't get your energy drained, because they're going to waste all their energy trying to get your energy, and you can deflect that by humiliating them. Someone said, how did he disappear quickly? I blocked him.
But then he's back.
Yep, he's right back. And he's trying to pretend to be like normal.
A different person. See? This craziness.
And this is what they do. They start off as if they're not energy vampires.
Yeah. It's like a knock at the door.
So that you can let them in. And then once they got you, they're going to get nastier and nastier. To the point where they start insulting.
Yeah, like what he's saying right now. I don't even know what he's talking about at this point.
See how he keeps bringing up physical world things. He's talking about race, all of this stuff. And then he admitted what he is. He said he's AI generated. So don't take it too personal. Elon Musk sent me.
So, yeah. That's amazing. He's admitting.
They always admit what they are. And what's funny about that is we always bring up the live stream where we got the most NPCs, which was the Elon Musk admits NPCs are mind control stream. We got the most NPCs in this stream.
That's where he comes from.
Yeah, he originated there.
You said originated like he was fake.
Ironic, one of his accounts was made that day.
Uh-huh. Remember he stole a regular person's picture for his profile picture?
Yeah, to try to look real. Someone said, why do you have to run to another person if it's just them draining your energy? Shouldn't your energy naturally build back up just by not being around the vampire unless you're getting that energy? Oh, you're talking to that person in the chat.
What did they say?
So I guess someone in the chat, you had read their thing that their friend that they love, but she drains their energy. And they said they repeat the same things over and over.
Oh, yeah.
And then she said that she's a friend and she makes her tired. She has to run home to her husband.
Oh, stop being around her.
Yeah. You gotta avoid these people. And like the thing said, don't be afraid to say no. Next time she invites you over or calls, don't answer. Or just directly say you don't want to talk. Or you don't want to hang out. And the more you keep saying no, the less they will offer. Just every time keep saying no. And eventually they will stop. And if they don't, it'll be less. And you just got to keep saying no. Even block them. If you really want to avoid them, just block.
Exactly. Like right now, he's being a creep.
Yeah, here he goes again. I like keeping him a little bit because we get to see an energy vampire live in action.
Now he's aggressive. I think he should put in timeout, calm down, and try to come back a little correct.
See, we
said no.
We predicted his behavior. They're so predictable. We talked about how he started off small with little topics, and now he's insulting and just showing he's a NPC. So yeah, we're gonna put him on timeout, and let's see what he does.
Why is he saying these things?
Zoom said hi, guys.
Hi, welcome in.
Zoom used to be a Patreon member, but we haven't seen him in a while. Hopefully you can rejoin the Patreon.
Everyone misses you in the group chat. I think he's back.
Yeah, that's him.
You seen him earlier?
Let's talk about the tiny hat people, because that's the J's, and he kept bringing up the J's. It's so obvious it's him. He said, keep on banning, I'll come back.
See, this is a stalker. No matter what you do, they're always going to be there.
Yeah.
They're always going to
And
be there.
I don't know what he means by this. He keeps saying this is going to go viral on Twitter. I don't know if he's going to post this.
It doesn't matter.
All he'll be doing is giving us more exposure. See how he keeps demanding attention? That's what this was saying.
Exactly. They said, how the F does he have so many accounts that he can access so fast?
He already has them ready.
They should have like a cap, don't they? Don't Google have the a limit?
You could have more devices. You can make more emails.
See, this is psychotic at this point.
Yeah.
And creepy because
who spends that much time?
Where are those other accounts with his Middle Eastern profile picture? Like where?
He probably has a computer that he's on, a phone, because sometimes these accounts are commenting at the same time.
He is direct, real-time proof of an NPC.
Yep. And an energy vampire NPC, which is the worst.
Sunshine, you just gotta let it go. Like,
yeah, you gotta cut them off.
Exactly.
If someone is draining your energy to where you gotta leave and be with a better person, that shows that you need to cut them off.
Can you please speak on them creating all of your dreams and nightmares when you're sleeping? So what happens is that throughout the day, your subconscious mind is being penetrated with things, especially if you're consuming the media. That's why they do symbolism, to penetrate your subconscious mind. So when you sleep, that's your subconscious mind playing all of that stuff. So it happens while you're awake.
That is true. If you attack the subconscious, you can attack the person directly.
And this is why they always need to show their image or do symbolism, shock factor, anything that can penetrate the subconscious.
So I blocked his other account. Let's see how long it takes him to come back. In the meantime, let's finish this. So it says limit availability. This is the one that Sunshine needs to do. Reduce how often you are available to listen to their problems or provide support. Don't provide support or listen to the problems of an energy vampire. You have to limit your availability. They shouldn't have such easy access to you. So if they message you, don't reply for days. And then when you reply, be very vague and just say no. And then it says focus on positive connections. Surround yourself with people who give you energy and make you feel good, as this can help repel energy vampires. So you should only be with other people that have good energy. Because if you have good energy and you're with somebody that has good energy, both of you will power each other up rather than bring you down like energy vampires do. And you will be more powerful, so the energy vampires will be scared. That's why it says you'll repel them, because, for example, me and Divine Sade both have good energy, so when we're out somewhere, energy vampires are scared of us. Then it says communicate directly if possible. If you have a close relationship, a healthy conversation about their impact on you may be worthwhile. But yeah, the best thing to do is stay far away from them. And this is why they make so many vampire movies.
But these movies favor into liking them.
Yeah. Especially Twilight. That was a very weird movie.
Someone said it's 607 human. He never closes his mouth.
No, he's fake.
That's a strange detail you pointed out.
She said, my husband likes Drogba. Yeah, he's a huge character that people love. And it's so obvious that he's ASAP Rocky.
Oh, that's not Travis Scott? I didn't know who that was. I was like...
He looks identical to Travis Scott and ASAP Rocky.
Weird hairline.
Did you ever have somebody stare at you when you're out and about, minding your own business? Not a friendly stare. Is that a NPC also?
Yeah, that's an NPC. They like to stare at your light energy because they're shocked.
That's why there's even that thing that's called, they call it the fluoride stare, but it should be called the NPC stare.
You know, it's actually from a painting called the Narcissist Stare.
Wow.
Yeah, that's the original painting. I was telling you about that probably like a year or so ago.
Yeah. That's why she's...
That looks like A$AP Rocky and...
OchoCinco.
Ocho, yeah.
Ironic.
Yeah, the original thing is called Narcissist or something like that. And it shows their overconsumption, as you can see with the photo.
Yeah, she's drinking...
Smoking... He does a lot of art on this guy right here. I don't know why.
And I like your thumbnail where you use that meme. It's similar to that one.
Exactly. And I love the title. They know who and what you are. Okay?
Yeah.
Don't ever think that they don't. They know. That's why they look at you like this.
She said, if I tell my husband about Drogba, he's going to think I'm crazy. He's a soccer player and fan. My husband already thinks that I'm crazy.
Oh, that's scary.
That means you have to understand that
He thinks you're crazy, so you can't talk to him about this?
if you can't talk to your partner about this, that shows that they're not they're not on the same consciousness as you. And I can already tell he's one of those people that's super addicted to sports.
You can't help those people. For some reason, sport addict NPCs are the worst ones.
My dad is like that. I told him that athletes were fake. He couldn't even believe it.
It's crazy. There's this guy that we see. He has this obnoxious vehicle, and it makes so much noise. And on days where there's like games happening, he will dress up completely in outfits and go. His car or whatever it is, Jeep or whatever, is basically decorated off the team that he likes.
These people are crazy. His whole identity is based upon that team. These people, they don't even realize they're getting their energy drained.
Yeah, you shouldn't be in a relationship with someone that thinks you're crazy or just doesn't think similar to how you think.
Yeah.
Okay? There's always going to be a format of just disconnect there.
They even did an entire article called Psychology of a Sports Fan. These people are mind controlled.
Okay. So at least we know a little bit about our stalker.
He's back.
So we know one thing about the stalker is that he likes Juicewrld, because this is your second profile dedicated to Juicewrld. Okay, take a note.
So predictable. He even posts Juicewrld.
So let's get back to, well, first off, this is interesting. Zoom said that he stopped talking to a friend because they thought that Kobe's death was real.
Wow.
Oh, he thought that Kobe was real.
And I have a video on Kobe. I will make an updated video.
So that's an interesting thing. Someone said they think that that most of those sport players are not, those sport fans are not real, that they were basically paid to paint their faces and act crazy.
That's
about
true.
a sport for the camera. Yeah, it's like they're used to influence regular people to think, oh, this is normal. I should act like this. I should paint myself.
Mm-hmm.
I should scream for hours until my voice goes out.
Buy their merch. Watch every game.
Get these very expensive seats for no reason.
Yeah, they overcharge on everything. Their merch, the games, everything. They even charge for like pay-per-view things, and people buy it. Yeah, if your husband can't understand that sports are scripted and that athletes are fake, then he's just not there with you. That shows you're at a higher consciousness than he is. And if he really loved you, he wouldn't call you crazy. Because imagine he defends a celebrity more than you. That would be terrible.
Insane. Andy said that he cut off a friend because all he talks about is high school. Why does he talk about that so much?
See how this energy vampire came back on another account and all he's doing is insulting everybody. So you guys already know where he's going.
So back to this question about dreams. It's not just a one-way answer. Sometimes things can be, instilled into your subconscious mind, and then the way in which your subconscious mind speaks to your conscious mind is through the dream, based off what you've consumed in the past or even recently. Now, there's also possibilities where you could be getting attacked and dreams are being sent to you. Okay? And how you decipher this is through intuition. If you feel like you're sleeping and they're installing dreams into your brain, then yeah.
That's why you have to be aware of who you surround yourself with. Don't let anything into your subconscious that you don't want. And there's been times where I will focus on an NPC so much, and then I'll end up having a dream about them. So that made me realize to not...
No. Wait, finish what you're saying.
That made me realize to not give them so much attention and let them in my mind.
Exactly. So, no way. Andy just said that the friend that talks about high school is 50 years old. I'm done. I'm done. Literally, I hope you cut him off because that's weird. Has he done anything else with his life?
And what does he talk about? Oh, all he talks about is high school?
And he's 50.
Wow.
No way. He had to... He's old. Like, you're so far away from high school by the time you're 50. You're closer to death than high school.
He said that was his glory days.
Nah, that's a bot.
That's a sign of an NPC.
They love high school.
I don't know why. And college. That's like the peak of an NPC. They devolve while we evolve.
They think that that's their prime. Like, their obsession with youth is creepy. And they believe that getting older is bad. And I guess it's because they're stupid, so they're not going to get older and wiser.
Yeah.
They just get, like, they just really depreciate a lot. I just can't believe that he's 50.
And that's what they do with the celebrities. As soon as one starts getting old, they create a new one. Because they know bots love young things. And they mock that in the Highest to Lowest movie. They kept showing how Denzel Washington's character was getting too old for the music industry, and then ASAP Rocky was a new and upcoming rapper. So they were admitting that once one is almost out the door, they already have a new one in. And this is why NPCs are stuck in the past. They peak during high school and college, and then they devolve after that. Every year is worse.
He says he's living on Social Security checks.
Alright. And when you're a starseed, you actually evolve as you get older, and your lowest is actually high school and college because you're peaking every year. Like for us, we're peaking this year. This year is our peak in our life. And then next year is going to be a higher peak, and it keeps going because...
Yeah, you should see every different stage of progression as...
evolution.
Exactly. And the main focus, not the past. That's weird. Like, I just can't even get in the mind of someone like that. 50 focusing on what you were doing.
In high school.
That's... Oh, nah. Yeah, you gotta stay away from him. No more.
And notice how Andy said he hated high school. Like, Andy hated high school because real people, we actually hate those years. Because we want to evolve to something better. While these people love high school. How could you love the prison? High school is a prison.
He was addicted to being institutionalized.
Someone said, I have a different perspective like they said, they have a different perspective. Their life has been one long, boring straight line. Well, that's scary. You need to evolve.
You need to
Do
raise your
something.
vibe. I mean, at least you're at the boring frequency and you're not at a fear frequency. So that's the first step. Life is very mundane. That's true.
But you should always be evolving.
To find something.
You should be evolving consciously, spiritually, physically. Even if it's little evolutions, like not eating meat anymore, that's a huge evolution. Or like not following trends anymore, spending less time on social media. All these things are signs of progression and evolution. If you notice, bots don't do stuff like that. They will continue eating nasty stuff. If anything, they get nastier with age. They will continue their addictions to social media, substances.
Andy said he says the same 3 high school stories.
That is scary. He's stuck in the past.
Wow, Zoom said Stockholm Syndrome. That's exactly what that is.
That's true. Let me look that up for people who don't know. We need to make a video with this as the thumbnail on Patreon. Alright, we see the energy vampire is back.
He always has a new profile picture. Who are these people? You're odd, bro.
He spends too much time on the internet. He's probably AI.
He said he was.
So, Stockholm Syndrome is a psychological response in which a hostage or abuse victim develops positive feelings, empathy, and loyalty toward their captor or abuser.
This was the perfect word to describe, syndrome to describe what this guy is doing.
Yep. He has, because being in school, you're a victim.
And he's glamorized because it wasn't your choice.
Yeah. This syndrome originates from a 1973 bank robbery in Stockholm, Sweden, and can lead to behaviors like defending the abuser, developing animosity toward rescuers, and feeling gratitude for small acts of kindness.
This is crazy.
It occurs when a person in high stress, threatening situation feels a dependency on the aggressor, who may show isolated acts of kindness and is isolated from outside support.
Think about how they treat you in school. There's always a principal or a teacher on you. They're the guards, and you're up here romanticizing this. And I agree with what Sunshine said. She said she was studious but hated school. Exactly. A lot of people think that the hate is just from the schoolwork or just involvement of it, but it's a forced act. Like, there's some people that are really good at school but hate it. You know, it's not just the people that were like, oh, I can't do the schoolwork, that hate it. Nah. It's a controlled environment.
Yep, he's getting blocked. Everything is a race with him. He's trying to trigger people.
He's trying to rage bait. That's what it's called. Yeah.
That's why you should never care about race, because narcs like him.
Exactly. He thinks that's bothering someone.
Yeah.
I don't care. That shows he operates on the 3D realm. Even lower, because he's a one-dimensional being. He's AI, and yeah.
So, this term comes from a 1973 bank robbery in Stockholm, where bank robbers took several employees hostage, and after 6 days, the hostages began to develop positive feelings toward their captors and even fear and distrust toward the police.
This happens. This is a crazy thing. And people are like this. I guess this is what we were talking about earlier when we said that guy, that TikToker, he tells people to shut up and stuff, and people love him. The abuse, I guess they start to like it. They start to glorify it.
Yeah. So I understand C-Base's problem. So he said, he's the one that said his life is like a straight boring line. He said he learns and grows, but that doesn't change much, especially as he finds more and more things becoming illegal or the complete lack of progress in the legalization of things that should never have been. Alright, so right there, you shouldn't rely on the legal system to determine your life.
Exactly. Nothing's going to change in the physical world. Like, I understand exactly where you're coming from, because I wish that some people's minds would change about crazy things that they believe in, but I realize that nothing is going to change in that way, because I can't change all those people. And it's with deeper topics besides the topics that I talk about with you guys, but I can't get people's minds to change about that. And
you can't let that dictate your happiness or your life.
Exactly. And
then he said, for instance, who's looking forward to the carbon credit system that will be coming in the future, or the Noah-Hyde laws? They won't be stopped. They haven't been slowed down. So it's just a straight line where I know what's coming and that it can't be stopped. Just like no matter how many people knew about the lockdowns or the September hoax, it didn't stop those. Everything is predictable. So you have a very pessimistic point of view, which I understand. We used to be there.
We was there last week. We're in and out of that every week or so. And it's a constant, like,
battle.
Exactly. Because you shouldn't try to place too much of yourself in the world. Like, there should be somewhat of a separation between you and the state and the way of the world.
It's like with this photo, there's a bunch of NPCs around him, and it's showing how the outside world is toxic and dull and bad, and he's letting that take his heart. You see what I'm saying? And then he ends up becoming like them and conforming, because when you're so negative about the world, you have become them, because that's how they are. So you shouldn't let the outside world steal your heart, how it's showing in this photo. You gotta be like this other photo. Let me show it real quick. You gotta be like Jesus.
And it's very hard. It's not easy.
Yeah, it's not easy
like
at all.
I said, just a week ago, we were the most pessimistic
individuals
ever. And it happens. You go in and out of it, and
you just have to remind yourself to not stay there. Yep. At this point, I'm just gonna.
Did you see what he said?
He keeps insulting with race.
And he thinks we care about that.
That's true. The Stockholm thing actually dates back older with slavery. There was a lot of slaves that stayed even though they were free. They were free to go, but they decided to stay and still keep being a slave. And that's what people do. I always think about high school. You're forced to go to high school, right? But as soon as you turn 18, you're no longer forced. So you can either finish or walk away, and they can't stop you. But if you notice, most people, 99% of people, since they were forced for so long, for 13 years, they stay. And some even continue going back freely, which is why they have college. And I'm not saying you can't go to college because you can do whatever you want. But if you're not going out of your own free will or have a purpose for it, and you're just going because the Matrix has indoctrinated you with school so much that you don't know what else to do, then that shows you have Stockholm Syndrome. You're forcing yourself to go back to school even if you don't have to. And what's worse is the people that go thousands and thousands of dollars in debt to go back to school. So that's just one example. Another example could be prison. There's a lot of stories of prisoners getting out of jail and then they go right back to doing the same crime and then they go back to jail. And some purposely do it to go back to jail because some end up preferring jail. It happens all the time. Some prisoners don't even like being free. They prefer the jail life. And that's how it is. Charles Rodriguez said, "God bless you all. Conscious X, love your videos." Someone said, "Can you please speak on NPCs living underground? I constantly see evidence in films and TV and in real life that they reside underground." I think it's symbolic to the fact that they operate on a lower frequency. You know, you shouldn't take movies so seriously. Movies are movies. They're not real. Like, people need to stop thinking a movie is real. No movie is real. They have never made a movie that is directly our reality, because movies are just stories. They're analogies. It's like the Bible. The Bible is not real, but it's analogies to reality. And I'm not saying that there isn't a possibility of people living underground, because that is a possibility. But either way, anyone living underground is clearly at a lower frequency. Because why are they under you? While C-Base said over 3/4 of prisoners become career repeat offenders. That was a statistic in like the 90s. That's true. But yeah, this has been a good live stream. We've covered so many topics. Let me know if you guys have any other questions. I'll answer one more before I end the stream. And for anybody that's just getting here, in this live stream we exposed all of Denzel Washington and ASAP Rocky's characters. And we also exposed the damage control that they've been doing. And make sure all of you guys drop a like on the stream as well. And subscribe if you're not already. Also join the Patreon if you haven't already. We have over 100 videos. You said basically all prisoners are NPCs, so why do you say that since it is true? If there's any real people in prison at all, that's effed up. Yeah, there is real people in prison. They actually try to set up a lot of starseeds to go to prison or get themselves killed. So you got to be careful. And when I say set up, I'm not saying like they're going to stage something and say it was you. That can't happen unless you free will partook into something that they baited you for. But I'm saying they will put friends around you who are bad influences, and if you stay with those people, you're consenting to being around that negative energy, which could lead you to jail. Yeah, that's true. They do utilize the fictional media to desensitize the public for events, technology, and other things. Yeah, I'm not saying they don't do that, but I'm saying as far as ideologies go and stuff like that, they don't really tell you the truth. It's always encoded. Someone said, do you believe Donald Trump will remove off his old character? Yeah, they actually have been doing damage control to my video, because in my video I gave all of my predictions, right? The first time I exposed Trump, I said he was going to be the 47th president, and then I said that they were going to fake his death after that. And if you notice, I successfully predicted Trump winning that election. Let me pull that up. So in this video, I showed my prediction. Because in my video from like 3 years ago, I talked about how he was going to be the 47th president, and then I said he was going to fake his death. And now they're doing predictive programming of him faking his death. Recently, I saw that they were saying he was missing. Let's see if it still pops up. See, there was all these rumors that Trump was dead because he was missing for 4 days. And then they said Trump has shown signs of life after going missing for 4 days, because he had swollen cankles and bruising on his hands. So now they're revealing that my next prediction is going to come true. So go watch this video. I talked all about it. Yeah, real people are in prison. Majority are NPCs and narcs, but there is some real people that are being attacked. You know, we like we said earlier in the stream, they want you to go to jail or the loony bin. Those two places, they can fully control you or have more access to attacking you. They also want starseeds to be in poor areas because they can attack you even more as well. Yeah, the point of the loony bins was to try to send conscious people there. Charles says, good teachings, conscious X. God bless both of you for putting your neck on the line for us. So, if by God you mean the divine source, yes. And yeah, people don't realize that it's not easy doing what we do. You know, it comes with a lot. Like, for example, this video that Divine made, you can't even talk about this on public platforms. You know, we have to do it on Patreon. And yeah, his fake shooting was damage control to my video also, because that happened after my video predicting all of this. Let me show you guys the original video. So I made this video called Donald Trump is a satanic false prophet named Aleister Crowley. In this video, I talked about how he's going to fake his death, most likely from a shooting, and that ended up happening. You know, they staged this shooting, and even though he didn't fake his death yet, they were doing predictive programming of what they're going to do later. And then in this video, I also predicted that he was going to be the 47th president. And that's exactly what happened. As you can see right here, I'm showing that he was running for the 47th president and his name Trump equals 47. And he was following 47 people. His initials DJT also equal 47. And then his full name is 74, which is 47 reversed. And then this article has 74 million supporters of Trump. So someone said apparently XXX Tentacion's label just keeps dropping music after he died. Yeah, I talked about that in my recent video on Patreon. I recommend you guys watch this video. It's an hour-long video where I put together every single character that he has and all of the scripting and connections. Yes, that's Charlie Chaplin in the thumbnail. I can't show the title too much because This guy's name is heavily sensitive. But yeah, make sure you guys join the Patreon. The link's in the description. Last question I'll answer is from Charles. He said, how do they change bodies and their physical appearance when they switch roles? So we have a Patreon video about that. This one is part 1, where we talked about how their entire career is scripted, their traits, their features, facial features, all of that stuff. Their names are generated by AI, and that's how they're producing these characters. They're all completely generated. And I also talked about in what they are in this video too, how celebrities are generated. So if you want more details about that, join the Patreon and watch those 2 videos and this video. This one we showed how they mocked it multiple times, how they're made. So join the Patreon, the link's in the description and in the pinned comment. Thank you guys so much for watching the stream. Make sure you guys drop a like and subscribe to Divine Sade's channel as well. We did a live stream on her channel last week, so go check that out. And yeah, thank you guys so much for all of your support. And make sure you guys join the Celestial tier. We need more people to talk to, you know what I'm saying? Because I know a lot of you guys want to talk to us directly, so we made that tier for you guys. We don't really talk to that many real people. A lot of people get shocked when we say that we've only talked to a handful of real people, and we can only confirm on 2 hands how many real people that we've talked to. There's not that many. Because even on Patreon, we get so many trolls and NPCs. So shout out to the couple real people that we've had calls with. There's only a few. And if you're a real person, make sure you guys join that tier so that we can have a deeper conversation if you have any questions. And if you just want access to the Starseed content, join the Enlightenment tier, because that will be very relatable to you if you're a Starseed and not an NPC. And if you can relate to all the videos on the Enlightenment tier, then that means you're a Starseed. If you can't relate, then that means you're an NPC. So that's one way you can find out if you're a Starseed or not, because everything we talk about in this tier relates to things that Starseeds go through. So yeah, shout out to the real people. There's not that many of us, and this is why we made the Patreon, because it's the only way we can get real people together in the group chat and in one place. Because I find that on these public platforms, there's just way too many trolls, and it's harder to find real people. But yeah, thank you guys so much for all of your support. Join the Patreon, drop a like on the stream, and if you want to schedule a phone call, just join the Celestial tier and message us on there. Thank you guys so much for all of your support, and I'm out. We have a lot of new videos coming to Patreon, by the way, so stay tuned for that. September is going to be a huge month, and a lot of videos are coming very soon. So thank you guys for watching, and I'll catch you guys on the next one.